times did you leave the theater like with that feeling like, fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again?
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Now I care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. Not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. Too loud. Oh. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6 year exhale. Left a residual cell. Scraps of compassion. Missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space. Floating alone. Incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway. Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird lies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking, and your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous, not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving, few years flew past you, and you worry, didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car, and I'm still searching for that feeling. And maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Okay, don't move my soul. Back. Don't move. Still got a light or should I have a glass of peanut or?
Oh, yeah, you said we could. Give me a glass, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Put your fucking hands.
Okay.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger. I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame 2 ways. By the wayside, you went away. good times to the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake, the space. A question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. Said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said I know that you didn't know back then, getting all that you should know by now. Never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours. Change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. Something that you're asking, there was never
question. Something that you're asking was never in question.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Cat. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. What's up, everybody? I'm so late, sorry. I'm so late. What's up, everyone? What's up, Crash Test Zombie? What's up, Undead Logic? What's up, Celticness? What's up, Seriously? What's up, J Logic? What's up, Ziltafe? What's up, Orchestran? What's up, Frankenstein? What's up, Chris the Nerd? What's up, Fox of Fate? What's up, VCCTV? What's up, Sneaky Buns? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Shayna? What's up, I Was Wondering? What's up, Classic Banana Milk? What's up, Big Secular? I know, I was late. Listen, listen, listen. Here's my excuse. Look at the fucking spicy dog and forget that I was late. Look at this dog. What kind of spicy dog is that? What's up, Undead Logic? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Punky Gal? Who else is in here? Vexing Thoughts? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Who did I miss? James Genius. What's up, everybody? Dog running cat software? So spicy. Yeah. Yup. What's up, Midnight Time? How's everybody doing? What's going on? Spicy dog needs scritches. True. That's true. Honestly, same. What? Yo, I'm a silly girl. Thank you so much for the 3 gifties. Hello, welcome in. Thank you so much. Right off the bat, getting us started off right. I appreciate it. Thank you for gifting to Catslock, Debate Queen, and Blur Sauce with an exclamation point. Thank you so much. Thank you. Piano Dog, Banjo Fox, or Blues Cat. Who wins in a fight? Damn. I don't know, man. That's hard. That's rough. What do you guys think? Piano Dog, Blues Cat, Banjo Fox, Spicy Dog, aka Spicy Dog. Piano Dog is a wolf. True. I feel like Piano Dog kind of is the obvious choice here. Banjo Fox, but I'm biased. Yeah. I want to go Banjo Fox too because they'd probably be like really like cunning and like have really like plus 500 like speech skill, you know what I'm saying? In my fantasy world. Yo, McSecular, thank you for the 500 biddies. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Piano Dog would eat us? Yeah. Piano Dog is a gentle soul, but I feel that if we angered Piano Dog, that it would probably just eat us. Yeah. Cats are not to be trifled with. That's a fair statement, I suppose. We've seen cats take on bears. That's true. Tofu, I got mentioned on Hassan. I know. Bro. This motherfucker, the most famous Irish person on Twitch now. This motherfucker.
This is from an Irish man to you. Don't know why LB was looking for VODs. I assume you're canceling Tofu if he's the command.
I love like the best part for me, obviously, is the stray that I caught, because I still don't understand. Like, I saw y'all in my offline chat. I saw LB like looking for VODs, and I saw you fixing the command for the VODs, which I appreciate. Thank you, Celtic. and I'm like, what is LB looking for? Like what? And then I love like how this just like gets included in the screenshot. And he just reads it so nonchalantly.
This is from an Irish man to you. Don't know why LB was looking for VODs. I assume you're canceling Tofu if he's the command. It's pretty good. He's doing a Dublin accent and a Belfast one. The issue is he says it's a Cork accent. He's nowhere near Cork. He's doing a perfect Boston, New York, but then saying it's Texas. Oh my God.
Dude, see, and that's so funny because like, you know, he was like genuinely stoked on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, the motherfucker's username is Celticness, like, you know, and it's Celticness. Everybody gets this wrong, right? See, I'm the real Irish chatter. I'm the real Irish understander, Ireland understander. It's tickness, not thickness. It's tickness. Because that's how they say it in Irish speak. Okay, Hassan looking for that Irish accent validation. Yeah. The thing is his problem with that is he can't keep it up. Anyway, that's so funny. Like, why the fuck did I catch a stray? Like, why the fuck? Like, why are you gonna? What the fuck? Did you see Hassan interview? No, I didn't. I didn't watch. I did not see that. I heard that he interviewed a Houthi. Oh, like the specifically like the TikTok Houthi dude. I haven't seen it. No. He needs to spend some time in Ireland. Yeah, I suppose. So. Anywho, I hope everybody's doing good. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Today's okay. I really have so much stuff that I need to do. Like, I've been really like unproductive, just like nowhere near as productive as I need to be. I have like so much shit that like just keeps piling up on my plate, so I just feel like this, the back of my head, this like this like dark cloud of like anxiety, just like, oh, you have so much shit to do and you're not doing it, but like, you know, I hate that shit. But yeah, other than that, I'm doing okay. Other than that, I'm doing okay, you know. I'm feeling okay physically, you know. I just woke up and have not had coffee yet. Yo, speaking of which, I have had plenty of caffeine today, but we're having some more because that's how it be. What's up, Kasara? Yes. Dev better than last week. Okay. Like say come here to me da, huh? Like say come here to me da and me ma would have baited me for that. What are you? What are you saying? What did you just make me say something weird? Like, what was that? What's up, Alex? Yeah, I've been on that classic self-isolating arc. Yo, I feel that. I feel you. Hope it looks up for you. Hope it looks up for you. You've been suggesting some fire in the Discord, I might say, by the way. Heavy. Yo, silly girl, thank you again for the 3 gifties. I really appreciate it. Caffeine is so good. I wish I didn't require it to function. You know what I mean? Because I would like to not drink so much caffeine, especially now that with time, as time goes on, it makes me pee so much more when I drink it. Like, that's like one of the #1 ways that I know I'm getting older is that it's like, holy crap, I drink a lot of caffeine, and now I really realize how much caffeine I drink because of how much it has started to make me pee as the years go on. Same with tea. Tea is not nearly as bad. And I mean, I'm not really sure what the reason for that would be. My dumb mind would go to like, oh, maybe it's like because it's more water content, less like weird, like how much 100% niacin and like however much 100% B12, you know, like all that kind of shit. And I don't know, I'm not sure. But I noticed, at least for me, in my own anecdotal experience, tea makes me pee less. It's a diuretic. Yeah. I really try to avoid like energy drinks. I fucking need to. This is the process that I go through. That's real. Yeah. This is the process that I go through over time, over and over again. I make the switch to like, I have this realization like, okay, I need to stop drinking so many energy drinks. I make the switch, like a dramatic change to tea, and then I feel so good, and it's like such a dramatic change, and it's like, wow, like I'm on my tea shit, you know what I mean? But then there's like this one day that comes up, this inevitable day that comes up where like you don't get enough sleep, or like I don't know, something happens and like you need to be like I need to be sharp for some reason, and like you know, I don't know, and then I make this like choice to reach for some coffee, and it's like, okay, cool, now I'm on my coffee shit, and then I'm like, that's where I'm at for like a little while. I'm on my coffee shit, and then there's another day where that like the exact same thing happens, where like I fuck up my sleep schedule, and like I'm really tired and I really need a boost, and so I like make one exception for just one energy drink, and then the next thing you know, nothing hits like that energy drink, and I go through that process over and over and over and over. Energy drinks make me flip out. 8 ounces of coffee and maybe a chai or green tea early afternoon. I go to coffee and then I'm in a gas station filling up the work truck. Oh, and then you see it all there. Your makeup looks good, thank you, Kazara. You don't have an energy drink problem, you're just training for badminton. True, that's true. I really need to get hard on tea phrasing, but I'm lazy. I feel it. Get some white tea, reduces inflammation and so on. Really? And that's coming from a British person, right? What is that? What is your favorite tea, Alex? I only know this man from Breaking Bad, but he has a great vibe.
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, dude.
Doing well. How are you?
Fine. What's your name and where you from?
Giancarlo Esposito from Italia, New York, baby.
Oh, NYC. Stop playing with them. Damn.
That's
We
right.
see your fit. Describe it right quick.
What's that?
Describe your outfit.
My outfit?
Uh-huh.
Xenia top. Got a little zip, you know, keep me warm.
Mm-hmm.
Xenia sweater.
Ooh.
Cashmere, baby. Ah. You know the cashmere's out of sight.
Stop playing with them.
Yeah. I got ceramica pants.
Ah.
These ain't nothing, man. These ain't shit.
Man, no, but we
but you know the ostrich boots
These
sets it off.
Ostrich. Bro, they make shoes out of ostriches.
Penman Classic, John Penman,
Stop
out of Oregon,
playing. Oh my.
handmade. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you're
This
not
is the
playing around.
royal cap. This will hold up in 30-degree weather, 20-degree weather.
Uh-huh.
Rainstorm coming down on it. It's 10x Beaver. It's going to keep you warm and keep you dry. You know that's right.
That's right.
Blow
Stop
you
playing.
up. You the man.
Well, hold up. If you give anybody a styling tip, what would it be?
Top and bottom, baby.
Damn.
Ow, you
What's
know
your-
that.
what's-
Middle doesn't matter.
Okay.
Top
Uh-huh.
and bottom, baby.
Also, assuming I know about tea because I'm British is extremely problematic. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh man, scrambled egg whites and chicken breasts. Keep it lean, baby.
Like white and green tea, green are the best teas. I don't like black tea, so it's not really an authority on other types. So not really an authority on the other types. White and green tea. I tend to like white and green tea too because they are more light. I feel like black tea like fucking hits hard, but white and green tea are definitely more enjoyable to drink. I definitely have more experience with green teas though. What's up, Butt for it? Hello. I wish I had his fit budget, bro. I just like, you know, yeah, I suppose so. You could get a fit that looks like that just by like spending some time like really digging at like thrift stores. I promise you. I promise you. And you could spend less than a fucking quarter of what he spent on that. Black tea generally has more caffeine, hence why Mormons aren't supposed to drink it. Really? Wait, is that that's a thing for Mormons? I didn't know that. I mean, you can make leather out of any animal skin. I guess I didn't think about that. The thrift store website here is still kind of pricey. Thriftify, bro, that's not a okay. Anything that has an if I at the end of it is like not the thing that I'm talking about. Like I'm telling you, bro, like you just gotta go. Like I don't know what it's like where you live at, but like you gotta go to a thrift store. This is not the same. This is not the same thing. If it has if I at the end of it, it's a fucking capitalist nonsense. Classic if I scams. Exactly. We live in LA. Tofu thrift stores don't have the gems that thrift stores have in Pacific Northwest or down south. I mean, sure. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Actually, I don't know about that because, like, man, there is so much shit that just ends up in thrift stores that, like, from rich people that just like get rid of shit. You know what I mean? Buy whole new things and just get rid of perfectly good things, and they just don't know what to do with it. This is thrifting. Oh. Did you know that all the clothes we donate, that we think go to people in need, get sold to nations in Africa instead, through what means? Tofuify? People on eBay just want their shit sold. Dude, there's like a hair that I don't know where it's coming from, but it's like hitting my nose over and over again, and it needs to not do that. Anyway, we have lots to look at today, chat. We should get into it. Ooh, I forgot to pull up. I'll do it right now. Let's see. January 16th, which is today. Sort of. For 40 more minutes for me, at least. Today is National Fig Newton Day. I don't remember the last time I had a Fig Newton, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't remember the last time I had one. I used to fucking destroy some Fig Newtons. Been a few years, yeah. I feel like once I like grew up, like I feel like this was like a staple in my like childhood diet because of like my mom and shit, like buying this for lunch, school lunches and shit. Yeah, I'd eat the whole container easily. Oh yeah, oh my favorite day. Today is my favorite day. Actually, my fucking favorite day of all time. Holy fuck. Chat, happy fucking National Nothing Day. This is such a mood. Apparently figs are not vegan. Figs? Well, figs themselves are vegan, right? But Fig Newtons maybe aren't. It's Pearl Harbor Day? No, it's not. Is it? No, December 7th? The fuck? Because of how many wasps? How many wasps? Nothing is something when you make a big deal out of it. Well, don't fucking ruin National Nothing Day for me. Ever been caught, quote, doing nothing, chat, and shamed into feeling lazier than the average person? Rest assured that might not happen today, January 16th, National Nothing Day. National Nothing Day has been, quote, celebrated since 1973. Since the trappings and pomp of the holiday literally add up to nothing, like its namesake, there's not a lot to tell. A mind teaser does occur to us, though. If you're doing nothing, aren't you doing something with nothing as the thing you're doing? Let's discuss. History of National Nothing Day. 1972, journalist Harold Pullman Coffin. Harold Pullman Coffin. What a fucking last name. Especially for the person who came up with National Nothing Day. This is all kinds of a vibe. Proposed National Nothing Day as a, quote, non-event to be observed by doing nothing every January 16th. The next year, National Nothing Day made Chase's Calendar of Events, a publication that marks annual occasions in print since the 1950s. National Nothing Day is sponsored by Coffin's own National Nothing Foundation. Whoa. Unsurprisingly, there is nothing to be found about that organization. True to its title, it doesn't even have a website. Oh, damn. Here's a fact that may seem to denote the idea of, quote, nothing. Martin Luther King Day falls on the third Monday of January, 1 out of every 7 years. The event is concurrent with National Nothing Day, which would seem to expropriate the idea that there is nothing going on National Nothing Day every year. Since MLK is celebrated for his nonviolent activism during the civil rights movement, many might refute the idea of nothingness during this particular day. Wait, but MLK Day was yesterday? I'm confused. Not only this, there are other days celebrated in contrast to this idea of nothingness. In opposition to National Nothing Day, the Realist Society of Canada, the RSC, the fuck is that, has a religious holiday called There's Always Been Something Day. Pronounced THABS, which is dedicated on July 8th to the celebration of the, quote, realization that if there was ever nothing, there would be nothing now. Okay. Canada, real? Doubt it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I hate this day now. This day is this is too much. I just wanted to do nothing. And now you're like making it a whole thing, you know? I just wanted to like do not a single thing. History is full of debates between philosophers and writers on the study of nothing. Because the question is, what is nothing? To answer the question of nothing, one must find the meaning of nothing. Even the true nature of nothingness in outer space causes disagreements between experts, because many claim even a true space devoid of anything is not nothing, because in space quantum particles exist even without gravity. On National Nothing Day, promotion of the day is kind of contradictory, because the day is meant as an unevent, which means it should not be seen as an event and refers to a thing of no importance, consequence, or interest. Oh, this is my shit. What's up, Reader Rap? Fun fact, there can be no true nothing, because there is always the influence of gravity. Try as you might, a vacuum can't truly exist owing to the interaction of distant matter, Neil deGrasse Tyson probably. Listen, you don't even need to jokingly quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, we're going to the bottom of quantum physics. I suppose so. I guess so. I just wanted to do nothing today, and now y'all are making me you're making me do something. So what the fuck? Sounds annoying enough for something Neil would say. True. Let me go grab my Dyson. I got a vacuum right here. Life is a cosmic joke, and the punchline is that nothing matters except laughter, because even nothing finds that amusing. Damn, live, laugh, love is my philosophy. Hitler descends into his bunker. Oh, sorry, Tofu, it's not Pearl Harbor Day. No, it's the day Hitler retreated into his bunker where he officially committed his most based act. My goodness. Bro, I was like, where the fuck did you get where did you get Pearl Harbor Day from? I was like, it is absolutely today has nothing to do with Pearl Harbor. Adolf Hitler takes to his underground bunker where he remains for 105 days until he died by backing out of the fucking lobby. Hitler retired to his bunker after deciding to remain in Berlin for the last great siege of the war, 55 feet under the Chancellery, Hitler's headquarters as Chancellor. The shelter contained 18 small rooms and was fully self-sufficient with its own water and electrical supply. He left only rarely, once to decorate a squadron of Hitler Youth, and spent most of his time micromanaging what was left of German defenses and entertaining Nazi colleagues like Hermann Goering, Heinrich Himmler, and Joachim von Ribbentrop. Constantly at his side during this time were his companion Eva Braun and his Alsatian Blondie. Rebozo. I heard the bones the Russians have are that of a woman's. He went to South America. Oh damn, we are really taking it there, discussing the nature of nothing and also the true whereabouts of Hitler's bones. God damn, we are starting this stream off fucking wild. Holy. Let's see what else happened today in history. 27 BC, the title Augustus is bestowed upon Gaius. Am I pronouncing that right, chat? Gaius Julius Caesar Octavian by the Roman Senate. Damn. Gaius? Ah, man, it would be so much cooler if it was Gaius. I should be sleepch, but I'm woke. Ain't that just the fucking story of so many of our lives here? Gaius? No, it's gotta be Gaius. Come on. It's obviously Gaius. Okay. Gaius Julius Caesar Octavian by the Roman Senate. Okay. Anyways, 1412, the Medici family is appointed official banker of the papacy. Cool. 1547, Ivan the Terrible, aged 17, crowns himself the first Tsar of Moscow. Sick. 1605, the first edition of El Ingenioso Hidalgo Don Quixote Quixote de la Mancha, Book 1 of Don Quixote by Miguel de Cervantes, is published in Madrid. 1793, French King Louis the 16th is what that means. Yes, the Louis the 16th, sentenced to death by the National Convention during the French Revolution. Wow. 1913, British House of Commons accepts home rule for Ireland, but the Great War gets in the way of it happening. Home rule for Ireland. What does that mean? Celtic and Alex Prop. Explain. 1919, the 18th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution authorizing the prohibition of alcohol is ratified by a majority of U.S. states. Nice. 1920, the first assembly of the League of Nations is held in Paris. Great. Today in film and TV, 1936, Screen Actors Guild incorporates with King Vidor as president. Cool. SAG kind of dropping the ball recently though, right? Home Rule was the life's work of Charles Parnell, who tried to let Ireland have some semblance of self-determination and sovereignty inside the UK. Got it. Thank you. Today in music, 1938, first jazz concert held at Carnegie Hall, performed by Benny Goodman and his band. Nice. 1963, Los Angeles nightclub and music venue, the Whiskey A Go-Go opens. That's actually, okay, this is the kind of history. Now that's cool. The Whiskey A Go-Go opens, inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2006. Cool. Today in sport, 1933, cricket's Body Line Tour Australian batsman Bert Oldsfield's skull is fractured by delivery bowled by Englishman Harold Larwood during the first test, the third test in Adelaide. Wait, okay, what? So in a cricket game, somebody got fucked up by a cricket ball? What is the cricket ball called? Holy fuck. Yeah, I'm really upset with at them over the video game AI stuff. The voiceover shit is not good. A cricket ball is called a cricket ball. Let's fucking go. No clue, you gotta know what crumpets are to know what cricket is. The VA shit is wild. Or the VO shit, you mean? I could see beating someone with a cricket mallet. Same with hockey pucks. Yeah, someone has died from this, even with a helmet. Fuck. Damn. And then saying that they had support from the members, with nearly every single member said they got ratioed into oblivion on Twitter. Featured event 1991, the beginning of the Persian Gulf War. My God. The Persian Gulf War, triggered by Iraq's occupation of Kuwait in August of 1990, began on this day in 1991 with the US-led air offensive against Iraq that continued until a ceasefire was declared on February 28th. Wow. I put American and record together. American record producer Phil Spector, who scored a number of hits with his unique take on pop music, but who was later convicted of second-degree murder, died at age 80. Oh, shit. American astronaut Eugene Cernan, the last person to walk on the moon in 1972, died at age 82. Dang. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the first woman to be elected head of state of an African country, was sworn in as president of Liberia. 1992, the civil war in El Salvador ended as the government and the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front front signed the Chapultepec peace accords in Mexico City. Oh. 1973, the last episode of Bonanza aired on NBC as the popular Western series ended after 14 seasons. Damn. I fucking kind of like forgot about this show. Used to watch that shit all the fucking time. My stepdad used to watch this shit all the time. 1934, opera singer Marilyn Horne, an American mezzo-soprano noted for the seamless quality and exceptional range and flexibility of her voice, was born. Cool. 1883, the Pendleton Civil Service Act, a bill sponsored by Senator George H. Pendleton of Ohio, established the Civil Service Commission in the United States. Oh. 1556, Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, renounced his claim to Spain. Oh. Ivan the Terrible was crowned Tsar and Grand Prince of all Russia. Word. Diane Fossey? Fossey? Cool. Charles V? Wait, is it really? Charles V, Gary V's grandpa? Ah, yeah. Topi, if you ever want to ruin your brain, you know me, baby, you should try understanding this slideshow, no audio. North Ireland is fucked. All you need to know is the DUP are racist, homophobic, ultra-conservative unionists. Damn. By the way, y'all should go follow me on the TikTok. Progress made at Hillsborough talks. How do I pronounce this again? Sinn Féin? Leader Michelle I feel like I forget how to... I remember and forget how to pronounce Sinn Féin. Oh my god. I was so confused. I was so confused. I was like, it's not coming from the TikTok because there's no audio in the TikTok. Damn, that was so confusing. But I always forget and remember how to pronounce this. Sinn Féin leader Michelle O'Neill said that the talks left I don't want to say that word. What do y'all think that means? Just say bit? The fuck? Why is I don't want to say that word. Like a break in the chain. Okay. No bit of light, and the DOP must step up to the plate. DUP leader Jeffrey Donaldson said that progress... Dude, you guys need better font, like better colors for the font, dude. Donaldson said that progress been made by the government. This signals that the 3.3 billion pound, is this pounds? Package is still not enough. Sinn Féin has recalled the assembly in order to elect a speaker and debate pay disputes ahead of North Ireland's biggest strike. They're in the UK, so pounds, yeah. UUP leader Doug Beattie said there has been absolutely no movement whatsoever. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of this is right over my head because I don't know the names. These names. Secretary of State Chris Heston Harris has extended the deadline from Thursday to Friday to allow for talks to continue. I posted this earlier. 679 from a couple hours ago, 2 hours ago. The other day, and I would just like to... Some people were displeased with my comments the other day, and I would just like to address them directly. I am a piece of shit. Some people were yeah.
This keyboard is fantastic. So now we've got slave labor.
I'm sorry, what? What? What the fuck just happened? I don't know why the audio sounds so crazy.
Hey, this can be the basis of a song.
All right, I mean, what do you guys think, chat? Is that give? You think that sounds giving slave labor? Using the vertical scene plugin in OBS? No, this is straight out of Twitter, Twitch.
As a base, let's make slave labor the basis of the first track. It sounds really bad.
It does sound bad. It does sound... So it's racism then.
A thing which, through its qualities, satisfies human needs of whatever kind. The nature of these needs, whether they arise
This
from
one
the
is
stomach or the
stupid.
imagination, makes no difference. Nor does it matter here how the thing satisfies man's need, whether directly as a means of subsistence, i.e. an object of consumption, or indirectly as a means of production. Every useful thing, for example iron, paper, etc., may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. Every useful thing is a whole composed of many properties. It can therefore be useful in various ways. The discovery of these ways, and hence the manifold uses of things, is the work of history. So also is the invention of a thing which...
I'm gonna delete that one. That one's so dumb. It's so dumb. Don't know. This is Eggdog. Chat, meet Eggdog. Yeah.
Mega is make Earth great again. So, mega fun. Make Earth great again. Federation of United Nations.
Damn.
Because without mega, you can't have mega.
Cheers, brother! I hate my laugh so much. Oh my god. Cheers! Yo! This one's for you, homie. He said, go interact with my TikTok.
Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was freshman in high school.
Oh, fuck, dude, that was way terrible timing. Oh my god. Burger boy! Burger boys. So dumb. That's true. That's true. This is true. See, this is commentary, chat. Come the fuck on. Like, this is political commentary.
This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy went to to school. This little piggy went in my mouth. I'm gonna get your toes. This little piggy went to the market.
I am the most underrated political commentator. I'm telling you, okay? Top notch. Only the best political commentary here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast. All right, I'm telling you, you won't get it anywhere else, chat. Go fucking follow. All right, go interact with my Tic Tacs. I need to diversify. Anyway, all right, chat. Let's start thinking about what we're gonna get into. Hello? There we go. All right, we have lots to look at today, chat. A whole lot of news. We should get into it sooner rather than later. We'll start off with some light stuff. I might skip through a couple of these things. Snowball fight at National Mall in DC called Battle of Snoppenheimer. Yeah, okay, we'll fucking skip that because I just thought it was silly. U.S. company's lunar lander will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere after mailed foon shot is what I was about to say. I might have dyslexia. Mailed foon shot. That's wow. Okay, really good stuff. And then we're gonna look at, if we have time, how AI could help reduce the planet warming contrails, the lines in the sky behind planes. So AI is gonna fucking how AI is gonna get rid of chemtrails. And then he says God told him to start selling Trump stuff. His store is now a MAGA hit. Right? Like mega, but MAGA, right? Relevant to what we just looked at from my TikTok. Then we'll get into the headlines. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Top stories from Associated Press. Top stories from PBS. Top US and world headlines from Democracy Now! And then so much more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos that we're going to go over today. Also in the Discord, in the politics channel, all of the articles that we will be reading on stream are posted in there. If you would like to go take a quick look-see there, or if you need any of those articles in the future. Exclamation point Discord. But before we get into that, chat, we have to run an ad break because it has been about an hour since we started stream. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. However, if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat. One of our unsubscribed comrades in the community that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of us. We are currently starting the day off at 3 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy this stream, if you would like to see it continue on full-time, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can make that a reality. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere, BRB. Yo, NRG, thank you for 16 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. BRB. Okay. We're back. My camera. A little bit better. I can't see chat. Great. Chatterino just fucking died on me. Sick. Chat, are you there? Focus looks fine. Thank you. All right, we're back. Nothing is the best thing to need to do. True, NRG. And thank you again for the 16 months. Oh, also, McSecular, thank you for the 500 biddies. Did I thank you for that? McSecular, I'm sorry if I missed that. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Thank you, thank you. And Silly Girl, thank you for the 3 gifties again. Okay, where were we? Okay, we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip some of this shit here. Let's just hop straight into the headlines, chat. Let's just get straight into the fucking meat and potatoes, if you will. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, then top stories from Associated Press, then PBS News Wrap, and then top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy in just a few minutes. Number 1, top 5 stories. Number 1, Donald Trump secures a resounding win in the first 2024. That was really fast. 2024 Republican presidential contest in Iowa. He takes a firm grasp of the caucus, if you will, asserting his command over the caucus, over the party, despite facing scores of criminal charges. Number 2, speaking of criminal charges, Donald Trump could be ordered to pay millions of dollars more to E. Jean Carroll. After the writer accused the former U.S. president of raping her decades ago. We'll take a look at that in a little bit as well. Number 3, Iran's Revolutionary Guards say they attacked Israel's spy headquarters in Iraq, state media reports. The elite force also say they struck in Syria against the Islamic State. Number 4, we'll talk about that as well. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is facing a major rebellion from right-wing politicians over flagship immigration legislation to speed up the deportation of asylum seekers to Rwanda. Number 5, Shell is to conclude nearly a century of operations in Nigerian onshore oil and gas. I have something on this as well. After agreeing to sell its subsidiary there to a consortium for up to $2.4 billion. Sweet. I hope Amy Goodman enjoyed her day off. Same. All right, top stories from Associated Press. Qatar and France helped broker a deal Tuesday for the delivery of medicine for Israeli hostages with chronic illnesses currently held in Gaza. The deal will provide 3 months worth of medication and is expected to enter Gaza from Egypt on Wednesday. A jury of 9 people has been selected in former President Donald Trump's defamation trial in New York. It's the monetary penalty phase of a civil trial stemming from columnist E. Jean Carroll's claim that he sexually abused her in the 1990s. Oh my god, dude, there are so many good. I'm telling you, I think I might have found like my new obsession, temporary obsession is court like art. Whatever. What is the word for this specific thing? Like court art? That's all I can think of. Cause like look at how fucking like interesting. They're all so different and interesting. Look at this one that I saw earlier. It looks like it's in the I think it might be in the same style as the Why You Know one. This one. Amazing. You know, like it's so fucking cool. And like look at this one, dude. Amazing stuff. Courtroom sketches, I guess that's the technical term for it then, right? Fucking amazing. I don't know why, I just find it so interesting. How do you get a job like that? It's crazy. Anyways, it's the monetary penalty phase of a civil trial stemming from columnist E. Jean Carroll's claim that he sexually abused her in the 1990s. A New York architect charged in a string of slayings known as the Go-Go Beach killings has been accused in the death of a fourth woman. Officials say Rex Hewerman is charged in the killing of a 25-year-old Maureen Brainerd Barnes of Norwich, Connecticut. In Washington, a friendly snowball fight broke out on the goddamn it, National Mall Tuesday. Oh my god, the violence. Oh my god. The group even has a name, calling themselves the Washington DC Snowball Fight Association. Okay. Bro, I'll pull up to the Washington DC Snowball Fight Association gathering and just be so toxic. Just like go way too hard on the snowball fight, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the WDCSFA, if you will. Just go way hard on them. Headshots only. Exactly. Just like put rocks in the fucking snowballs and shit. In a video game, chat. I'm joking. It's a joke. I'm joking. God. The group even has a name, calling themselves. Oh, we already read that. All right. PBS News Wrap. Let's check it out. Hello? Oh, don't do this to me now. Audio?
In the day's other headlines, major snow and ice storms and bitter wind chills plagued much of the country again. In state after state, classes were canceled, planes were grounded, and homes were dark. Stephanie Sy has our report.
After days of freezing cold and snow, major cities across the United States woke up to find schools and offices closed. More than 1,300 flights on the East Coast were canceled. For many places on the East Coast, including Manhattan, it's the first significant snowfall in years. New York had not seen more than an inch of snow in 701 days. Philadelphia.
A-thon win. Total revenue for a 365 subathon, 262,800 split. What? I mean, like VO. You want me to do like VO? I mean, that's VO's thing, and congrats to VO for yeah, I know. And congrats to VO for fucking killing it and surpassing 10K. 10K subs, man. Fucking insane. Fucking insane. Very fucking cool. I mean, I've thought about doing a subathon. I probably should. Because there are a lot of things that I need money for pretty badly. So yeah, it's something to consider. I probably wouldn't do an a-thon, but maybe a subathon soon. We'll see. I just don't know what that would look like for me, you know.
Faced a similar snow.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Celtic is like, I need a new PC really badly, but I also have like tons of bills, you know. Like I also have like my rent was raised, so it's like I'm gonna, you know, I need like, you know. So like, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, there's so much going on right now. But yes, a PC is like pretty fucking key to what I need. So yeah, maybe sometime soon we'll figure out what that would look like. It's a drink thing.
My daughter's 4. She doesn't remember the snow, so this is her first time actually checking it out. So yesterday, I said it might snow today, you guys. So when they woke up this morning, see snow all over the ground, they lost their minds.
In the country's interior, temperatures have stayed below freezing. A brief warm-up is predicted, but a new surge of cold air is expected by the end of the week.
Where's your donation link?
Wind chills in the
It's
Rockies,
in my
Great
links.
Plains, and Midwest plunged as low as negative
Right here.
30 degrees.
Snow operations.
Austin Rouser is managing the snow removal in Omaha, Nebraska, where crews have been working overtime.
We've had a lot of people working 12-hour days for 9-10 days in a row. So it's been obviously that's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort, a lot of work, and a lot of dedication that our people have put into the snow.
In these dangerous conditions, he warns drivers to be vigilant.
The best thing for anybody to do in any location when conditions are bad is just to make sure that you have plenty of time to slow down. Understand how your vehicle operates differently. We can't slam on brakes when we've got ice on the road.
Farther south, snowplows cleared the
that shit
roads
scares the
during the
fuck
winter
out of me,
storm
man,
warning
for sure.
in Tennessee.
Luckily, I don't live in an area where it snows. But I've one time when I was working for a band and we were on tour, we were somewhere near the Canadian border, and there was like black ice on the road. And I remember we were in we had a van and a trailer, and there was the van had a cot, like a futon laid down, one of the rows of seats was taken out, and a futon was laid down, and I was laying down on that futon sleeping, and I remember waking up and my whole world just spinning, looking up and seeing in the windows that everything is just spinning, and the whole fucking van spun out, and we slid off the fucking road. Very fucking scary. A very scary experience. I'm pretty good at driving on snow/ice to the point it's fun when I slide out. Thank you, non-binary. I'm good at driving in snow too. If you want to get good, go into an abandoned parking lot and do circles.
A layer of snow covered western Kentucky, and freezing rain created icy conditions in Alabama. But it wasn't all misery.
Our arsenal of snowballs.
With federal offices closed in Washington, D.C.,
this is getting a lot of coverage.
The National Mall was for snow lovers who have waited 2 years for enough snow.
And then this tofu goes pulling up to the scene with the fucking with rock hard ice balls. I made some snowballs ahead of time and then put them in my freezer. I have my own snowballs from home.
Put up a proper fight. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Sy.
So far, the Arctic wave is blamed for at least 7 deaths nationwide, and a new ice storm is moving into the Pacific Northwest and heading east. The top tax policymakers in Congress announced a bipartisan agreement today to expand the child tax credit and restore a variety of breaks for businesses. The package totals roughly $78 billion, paid for by ending a pandemic-era business credit. Lawmakers are pushing to win passage before tax filing season kicks off. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky made an urgent new appeal today for help against Russia. He met with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and others at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. And he warned against letting war fatigue undermine Kyiv's cause.
If anyone thinks this is only about us, this is only about Ukraine, they are fundamentally mistaken. If one must fight against Putin together in the years ahead, isn't it better to put an end to him and his war strategy now?
Meanwhile, in Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin declared his forces have regained momentum in the war, and he insisted Russia will not give up any territorial gains in Ukraine. Back in this country, the killer...
Is that you, Celtic?
...of 5 people at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado has pleaded not guilty to federal hate crimes charges. Anderson Aldrich has admitted shooting patrons of Club Q in Colorado Springs in November of 2022. Aldrich pleaded guilty to state murder charges last year. The federal charges carry a possible death penalty. A federal judge in Boston blocked JetBlue Airways today from buying Spirit Airlines.
Get fucked.
The Justice Department had sued to block the merger of low-cost carriers worth $3.8 billion. Today, the judge agreed it would hurt competition and drive up fares. Wall Street had a lackluster day following the holiday weekend.
Stonks.
Now history with some historic firsts. Quinta Brunson won Best Actress in a Comedy, Abbott Elementary. She's the first black woman to do that in more than 40 years. And Ali Wong became the first Asian American Best Actress in a limited series for her role in Beef.
Wait,
Overall,
isn't that guy... Who's this guy? Is this an actor?
Actress
Is this a comedian?
Limited series for her role in Beef.
That's Bill Hader? Okay, yeah.
Overall, the final season of HBO's Succession won 6 awards last night, and The Bear, about a struggling Chicago sandwich joint, won.
I seen this.
Best
It was good.
Comedy. Still to come. On the
That's like all I have to say on that. I'm like so bad at watching shows and stuff and TV and movies.
News Hour, Donald.
Oh, another one, chat. Look at this one. See, look at the different styles. Isn't that just interesting? Isn't that just fascinating to you? Everybody has different takes on the same thing, you know? What's up, Nori?
Trump appears in court for the defamation case brought by writer E. Jean Carroll. A new book explores how populist politicians have transformed the Democratic Party. A group of students.
Has it though?
Take it on the.
Wait, who wrote that book?
Have
Joshua Green? I'm not familiar.
Transformed the Democratic Party.
Like, has it though? And I love that fucking the person in the front is somebody who literally stood in the way of like a moment where there was so much progressive momentum. Like, it's like, man, the irony is not fucking lost on me. Like, we could have had so much more momentum as a progressive movement, and just like, man, I don't know that it like the Democratic Party really has been molded in the shape of any of these progressives. Like, I really just don't think so.
Explores how populist politicians have transformed the Democratic Party.
You really don't have to read liberal books. What? Human verification? What? Overdoing democracy? What is this? Why we must put politics in its place? Provides a novel diagnosis of democratic dysfunctions that locate their source within democracy rather than emerging from some lapse or failure of democracy. Combines philosophical analysis with real. What is this? What is this? What is this? Who's this? A lit book about not making everything political and just meeting our citizens. Promotes civic friendship as a fundamental collection of democratic capacities that citizens must manifest for democratic legitimacy. Civic friendship combines philosophical analysis with real-world examples concerning the infiltration of politics into. What do you mean, the infiltration of politics? Like, what the? That's such bullshit. That's such bullshit. That's such garbage. You're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself and the bubble that you clearly have, like, most likely have lived most of your life in, or at least grew up in. You were molded in, you know? Clearly you lived in you've come from a very liberal like upbringing. Clearly, like you haven't been forced to come to terms with your socio economic like status in the world. Like, clearly. It's so stupid. Fuck you. No, I will not be reading that book. Top U.S. and world headlines from Democracy Right Now. Let's go.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Former President Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucus with a landslide. 51% of the vote. Trump claimed victory in 98 of Iowa's 99 counties. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis narrowly topped former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley to place second in the first caucus of the 2024 election cycle. New Hampshire will hold the first primary a week from today. After placing fourth in Iowa, Vivek Ramaswamy suspended his campaign and endorsed Trump. Just 14% of Iowa's registered Republicans participated in the caucus, in part due to record low temperatures. Trump's victory came despite his mounting legal troubles and his refusal to debate his challengers. During a victory speech, Trump repeated his vow to deport millions of immigrants if he returns to the White House.
He's not Donald Trump, right, Chad? He's Donald Duck.
Drill, baby, drill, right away.
Drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border.
Yeah.
Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country.
That's Donald
It's like
Trump's
fucking D-Day every day on the border,
speaking in
chat.
Iowa. Today, he'll be back in a New York courtroom for the start of E. Jean Carroll's second defamation trial against him. The first found Trump had sexually assaulted the New York writer in the 90s, then defamed her. In May, a jury awarded Carroll $5 million. At this new trial, a different jury will determine if Trump owes her more money for other acts of defamation. Israel's bombardment and siege in Gaza has entered its 102nd day. Palestinian health officials say Israeli attacks have killed 158 civilians in Gaza over the past 24 hours, bringing the death toll to over 24,000. The dead include more than 10,000 children. On Sunday, President Biden released a statement marking 100 days since the October 7th Hamas attack. In the statement, Biden decried Hamas for continuing to hold more than 100 hostages, but he made no mention of tens of thousands of Palestinians killed, injured, or displaced during Israel's indiscriminate assault. Major rallies calling for a ceasefire in Gaza were held around the world this weekend. In Washington, D.C., organizers said as many as 400,000 people took part in a march Saturday. The rally was held just 2 days after South Africa brought its historic genocide case against Israel to The Hague. Speakers at Saturday's rally in Washington included independent presidential candidate Cornel West.
Personally, to Biden and company, you're not just enabling, you're not just facilitating, you're not just coagulating and cooperating with vicious crime of genocide. That makes you war criminals yourself. You ought to be shamed. Who do you think we are? You think that you can suppress the love that we have for our Palestinian brothers and sisters? No, you got the wrong people.
Tension is continuing.
Dude, he's so awesome. He's just like, hell yeah, man.
Continuing to escalate across the Middle East. On Monday, Houthi forces
Democracy is like jazz, folks.
from Yemen fired a missile that hit a U.S.-owned cargo ship in the Gulf of Aden. The attack came after the U.S. and U.K. bombed Houthi sites in Yemen Thursday and again Friday. Houthi officials have vowed to keep attacking ships linked to Israel, they say, as well as U.S. and British ships until a ceasefire is reached in Gaza.
In support of the grievances of the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip, who are subjected to the most heinous types of massacres by the Zionist entity, and in response to the American-British aggression against our country, the naval forces of the Yemeni Houthi armed forces, with the help of Allah Almighty, carried out a military operation targeting a U.S. ship in the Gulf of Aden with a number of appropriate naval missiles, and the hit was accurate and direct.
In Iraq, at least 4 people were killed earlier today when Iran bombed what it described as Israeli spy headquarters near Erbil, the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. Iraq's denied the building struck was tied to the Mossad. Masroor Barzani, the prime minister of the Kurdistan region, described the attack as a, quote, crime against the Kurdish people, unquote. Iran says it also bombed targets in northern Syria linked to ISIS. The U.S. State Department condemned the Iranian attack near Erbil, describing it as reckless. This comes less than 2 weeks after the U.S. assassinated the leader of an Iranian-backed militia in Baghdad, which the U.S. claimed was done in self-defense. In Guatemala, the U.S. assassinated the leader of an Iranian-backed militia in Baghdad, which the U.S. claimed was done in self-defense. than 2 weeks.
Wait, is she talking about Soleimani in 2020?
An attack near Erbil, describing it as reckless. This comes less than 2 weeks after the U.S. assassinated the leader of an Iranian-backed militia in Baghdad, which the U.S. claimed was done in self-defense.
Okay.
In Guatemala, Bernardo Arévalo was sworn in as president early Monday morning after opposition lawmakers delayed the transfer of power by 9 hours in the latest effort by Guatemala's elite to weaken the anti-corruption.
Oh, my God. Hell yeah.
Crusader, now president. Arévalo shocked Guatemala's elite in August by winning the presidential election. Ever since, then Guatemala's Attorney General Consuelo Porras has led a campaign to block him from taking office. Bernardo Arévalo is the son of former President Juan José Arévalo, Guatemala's first democratically elected leader. Arévalo spoke Monday after he was finally sworn in.
Guatemala ha sufrido heridas profundas.
Guatemala has suffered deep wounds that require healing. These scars are not only
Didn't Kissinger die? Why are we in this hell? Kissinger lives. Kissinger lives. Straight up. Just all of the secretaries of states and Defense Department people that he's inspired and worked with directly, and whose counsel he provided to are still alive and still influential. The literal son of the last Democratic president. That man's legacy will live as long as the state does.
Or in technocratic exercises that assess the country's reality, they are rooted in the daily experiences of our communities.
We'll go to Guatemala after headlines. Taiwan's ruling Democratic Progressive Party has won its third consecutive presidential victory. Taiwan's Vice President Lai Ching-te won Saturday's election in a vote closely watched in Beijing and Washington. China vocally opposed his candidacy and has described the president-elect as a, quote, dangerous separatist, unquote. Lai Ching-te spoke on Saturday.
We hope that both sides of the Taiwan Strait can return to healthy and orderly exchanges in the future. Indeed, as you have mentioned, President Tsai Ing-wen has continuously extended goodwill over these 8 years. Unfortunately, China has not provided an appropriate response. The Taiwanese people have taken action to successfully resist the intervention of external forces. This is because we believe in electing our own president.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi responded to the vote in Taiwan by issuing a harsh warning to anyone in Taiwan who seeks independence.
Taiwan has never been a country, not in the past and certainly not in the future. Taiwanese independence has never been possible. It has not been possible in the past, and it will never be possible in the future. Anyone on the island of Taiwan who wants to pursue Taiwanese independence or split China's territory will be severely punished by history and law.
And the longtime Black liberation activist Sekou Odinga has died at the age of 79. He was a member of Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity, as well as the Black Panther Party in New York City and the Black Liberation Army. After spending years underground, he was convicted in 1984 of charges related in part to his role in helping Assata Shakur escape prison. Odinga served 33 years in state and federal prison before being released. In 2016, Sekou Odinga appeared on Democracy Now! And talked about why he initially joined the Black Panthers.
What attracted me more than anything else was to stand against police brutality, because
damn, that jacket goes crazy.
All the other ghettos in this country or black areas of this country, police brutality was running rampant. That was the attraction, the big attraction to that for me personally, and many of the comrades that I came in with, because we were not part of the civil rights movement to turn the other cheek. We were mostly followers of the Malcolm X position that if someone smack you, you smack them back. If someone punch you, you punch them back. That your life was the biggest and best thing you had, and you had a right to not only protect it, but to defend it by any means necessary.
By
Black
any means
liberation
necessary.
activist Sekou Odinga speaking in 2016 on Democracy Now! He's died at the age of 79. Go to democracynow.org to see the full interview. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
In a snowy New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Okay.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Okay, I think this is actually relevant. We talked about Cornel West and the Black Panther movement and the turn the other cheek and all these things. Real quick, I don't think I'm going to read this whole article. It's only 4 to 5 minutes long. But there was a video put out by RFK on MLK Day. RFK put out a video on MLK Day about the history of his family, the Kennedys, and how they their history with Martin Luther King, essentially. And it's pretty wild for him to even say anything about it, which is so fucking weird. There was one particular part here. Actually, let's pull it up real quick. There was one particular part that I was like, what? Hold on. Hold up. RFK Roberto. Why even say anything? You know what I mean? Just don't say anything. That's weird. Why would you even mention it? Yeah, hold on. All right, so this is the video that Cornel West is talking about here. From Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Hey everybody, I want to send you greetings on Martin Luther King Day and take a moment to share some thoughts about my family's relationship with Dr. King. Dr. King in April 1967, gave a famous speech in which he came out against the Vietnam War. He was breaking with the other civil rights leaders who were angry at him for leaving his lane. They said, we need to focus on civil rights. Half of the paratroopers units.
Okay.
Life, to love.
No, this is what I want to show you.
Between fellow human beings.
I think it's around here.
And the cause of that effort. In this difficult day, in what direction we want to move in.
And then he did something that he never had done before, which was killed by what reminded the crowd publicly something that he never had done before, which is he talked publicly about his brother's death. And he reminded the crowd that his brother was killed by a white man as well. And he called
Bro, did chat. John F. Kennedy was killed by a white man too, you guys. All right, so yo, chill. What, dude? Just don't say anything about it. Don't chime in. You know what I mean? This is just one of those things where you didn't need to say anything.
On the crowd to do something that was counterintuitive, which was to react peacefully. He quoted the Greek poet Aeschylus.
All right, whatever. Fuck this guy. Or let's look at this from Politico. Cornel West rebukes RFK Jr. for defending MLK wiretap. In an interview with Politico, Cornel West said that the Kennedy administration had sanctioned a quote, declaration of war against the Black freedom struggle when it authorized a wiretap of King by the J. Edgar Hoover-led FBI. I guess that was a fucking caption. God damn it. The independent presidential candidate Cornel West denounced Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Tuesday for defending his family's role in the FBI's campaign of surveillance against Martin Luther King Jr. Yo, Royal McDonald. Thank you so much for 12 months. A whole year. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome in. I appreciate it. In an interview with Politico, West said that the Kennedy administration had sanctioned a declaration of war against the Black freedom struggle when it authorized a wiretap of King by the J. Edgar Hoover-led FBI. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., whose father was Attorney General at the time, told Politico last weekend that the Kennedy White House had legitimate reasons to go along with the FBI strategy of scrutinizing King. His remarks came during a trip to Atlanta for his own independent presidential candidacy one day before the federal holiday honoring King. And just like in Atlanta of all places, the wiretap, West said, amounted to empowering, quote, an undeniable gangster like J. Edgar Hoover was lying. An undeniable gangster like J. Edgar Hoover who was trying to crush by any means the Black freedom struggle. RFK Jr. Has to realize that this is not a question of some kind of institutional arrangement between his father and uncle and the FBI. No, West said. They declared war on my people. That's what COINTELPRO was, West continued, referring to a Hoover-era FBI initiative monitoring domestic political groups perceived as radical. Its declaration of war against the Black freedom struggle, against Martin, against Malcolm, against Fannie Lou Hamer, against the musicians and the artists. West, who spent MLK weekend campaigning at the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute and the 16th Street Baptist Church, said his rebuke of Kennedy's comments were not just about their rivalry in the presidential race. This is about lies about a great Black freedom tradition, West said, and I come out swinging on that. The exchange between West and Kennedy marks an unusual, unpredictable clash, injecting a profound disagreement over modern American history into the middle of a presidential campaign. Let me pull up Cornel West's real quick. Boo-doo-boo. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Did he delete it? Oh, here we go. This is what he said. My dear brother RFK Jr. is dead wrong in his defense of his father and uncle viciously wiretapping the great Martin Luther King Jr. This COINTELPRO repression that includes threats and attacks of the Black freedom movement was despicable. Let us not, in retrospect, minimize its massive damage in these struggles for human dignity and freedom. I mean, obviously, he's doing his thing. He's trying to whitewash his family's history. In this regard, and also like reach out to like the people like I don't know, off the top of my head, like fucking Charlie Kirk, who spent like MLK Day like trying to like just making content about why he sucks, and you know, and is like has like a hold over like American culture, and that needs to end. Like he's reaching out unironically to people who want to diminish Martin Luther King Jr.'s memory further than it already has been, further whitewash it more than it already has been. Anyway, I just wanted to look at that real quick. Thought it was interesting, kind of funny and interesting. All right, now let's talk about actually, okay, we're gonna start talking about the Trump Trump and the GOP and everything in the caucuses. Yep, caucus. We have a lot to cover, and I don't want it to be broken up into different segments by the ad break. So we're gonna, before we get into that, we're gonna run the ad break right now, chat. That way it doesn't come in the middle of the coverage. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous, please do consider supporting by gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat. We'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. We're back. We're back. Let's get back into it. All right, we gotta talk about GOP's caucus. The GOP caucus. The caucus. Well, not necessarily the caucus, but what happens post-caucus going into New Hampshire, the primary in New Hampshire. Ooh, fuck. I forgot about this too. God damn it. Fuck. All right, real quick before we get into that news, let me just get this out of the way. Let me just knock this one out. All right, this from thehill.com. From thehill.com, more than 275 bills targeting LGBTQ rights flood state legislatures. State legislatures have introduced more than 275 bills targeting LGBTQ rights for 2024. Oh, wait. For 2024 sessions, not 2024. All right. The American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, reported Tuesday, signaling an increased focus on LGBTQ rights among conservative legislators, in the new year. The mark follows more than 500 similar bills in 2023, the ACLU said. The legislation targets issues. Oh my God, my brain is like reset. Reset. The mark follows more than 500 similar bills in 2023, the ACLU said. The legislation targets issues including gender-affirming care for young people and adults, the ability of students to choose their gender in schools, transgender student athletes, and restrictions on LGBTQ speech. What's up, Sticky Monkey Flowers? Transgender people across the country are enduring a historic and dangerous effort to control our bodies and our lives, fueled by extremist politics with the goal of erasing us from public life, ACLU attorney Harper Seldon said. Taken together, these proposals are a blatant effort to deny transgender people the freedom to be ourselves at school, at work, and the support of the medical care many of us need to live, he said. We at the ACLU and our nationwide affiliate network stand ready to defend our freedoms and our families from this baseless assault. Oops. Fuck. The Human Rights Campaign, a pro-LGBTQ advocacy group, declared a national state of emergency last June over the wave of anti-LGBTQ bills proposed in states. More than 80 anti-LGBTQ laws were enacted this past year, the ACLU said. More than 200 of the 2024 bills are focused on education by the ACLU's count, including more than 30 targeting transgender athletes, 36 on school curriculums, and 38 regarding the forced outing of LGBTQ students to their parents. Nearly 120 included provisions limiting access to healthcare, mostly gender-affirming surgeries for minors. Some bills included multiple anti-LGBTQ issues. Many of the laws passed in 2023 were challenged in court, and state and federal courts have struck down attempted bans on gender-affirming care in Arkansas, Indiana, Montana, and Florida. Similar bans in Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, Texas, and Georgia, however, were upheld in court. More than a third of transgender children and adolescents in the U.S. Live in a state that has banned gender-affirming healthcare, according to the Human Rights Campaign. So, just a quick reminder that there is still, obviously, never ended, a massive campaign to take away rights from transgender people in the United States. This issue and immigration are the two main policies or at least the two main general subjects that conservatives are going to be caring about the most going into election season and for the foreseeable future, because they have so little else. They have so little else going for them, rhetoric-wise. The two current boogeymen, exactly. So there's that. I just wanted to pop that in there before we get into all this other stuff here. All right, let's start off with the analyzing the GOP field ahead of the New Hampshire primary from CBS. Then we'll look at DeSantis campaigning in South Carolina ahead of the New Hampshire primary, and then we'll look at GOP candidates generally and their shifting focus to New Hampshire in the primary.
I want to see a Republican nominee that can beat Joe Biden, and I believe that she's the strongest nominee in November. She hasn't been the strongest one in the Republican base primary. I mean, Trump has been the strongest one, but Trump's the weakest one in November.
Welcome back to America Decides. That was former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, who has endorsed Nikki Haley, saying she has the best shot to defeat President Biden in November. This, as recent CBS News polling finds, that she actually fares best against Biden among the Republican contenders. The poll has her with a 53-45 advantage over President Biden. We're going to talk about all of this now with Leslie Sanchez and Jonathan Cott. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst who served in the George W. Bush administration. And Jonathan is a former senior advisor to Senators Joe Manchin and Chris Coons. He now serves as a partner at Capitol Counsel. Welcome to both of you.
Yes.
So, Leslie, how well do both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis have to do in New Hampshire to prove to Republican voters going forward that they have a shot at the Republican nomination?
The challenge for them is, I think a lot of voters already made up their mind, right? You're talking about increasingly a smaller percent of the majority of the party. And
dude, this is the most newsy news voice that I've heard in a fucking while.
These are people frustrated with Trump.
These are people frustrated with Trump. Oh my God.
The Democrats kind of lean conservative, but the hardliners and the conservative lane of the party feel strongly about Trump, not necessarily for the same reasons they did in 2016 and 2020, but this is not a vacuum. Looking in a contest of where the economy is today and where Biden is today, they want the rough and tumble of someone like Trump. So Nikki Haley has to show she has that tough tenacity to take on a national level. And a lot of people feel she's tough, but not where they want it to be.
Nikki Haley is making this.
I don't see it. I mean, I don't see it. I think what she has on Trump is that liberals like her and the media likes her, loves her. You know what I mean? She is like, she's slay queen in that way. However, Trump has the most enthusiastic voter base and most of the GOP or like the Republican voter base. Just straight up. And I don't know that I see her peeling away any of that. I only see her perhaps taking away like some disenfranchised like right-leaning Democrats. Like I mean, I don't know. When you think about what issues people are turned off by Brandon over, there's literally nobody on the GOP stage that like makes up for it. So I just see more and more people dropping out of voting rather than like shifting support or anything like that. I mean, right-leaning Dems is pretty much the whole. Well, yes, but you know what I mean. Right-leaning as Republican-leaning. The Republicans are basically all Trump. The Republican voters. Trump is ahead of her by almost 50 points in national polls. Yeah, I think he has way too much enthusiastic support. Libs really, really want it to be Nikki. Libs love Nikki Haley. Absolutely. Even Brandon couldn't help but fucking give it to her. Like on Twitter and stuff. Well, to be fair, like he's definitely not the one tweeting, but you know what I mean. The Brandon team. Nikki Haley wins the Kevin McCarthy types. She wins the always red vote. She wins the Lincoln Republicans, like the Lincoln Project Republicans. She wins the Manchin Democrats. She wins the cinema indies. She wins the she wins the corporations. She would be the Republican Joe Biden. The Republicans would hate her, but she'd win. I don't see her getting. I just don't see her getting the votes. I just don't see her getting the votes over Brandon. I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see liberals switching parties to vote for Nikki Haley. I don't. I see the DNC, like we have already seen, indirectly supporting her, but I don't know. It's hard to beat the cult dynamic Trump created. But a lot of those never Trump repubs still voted Trump. Yeah. It's about who you're not voting for, or I should say it's about, a lot of it is about who you're voting against. I think that is like so much of the inspiration for American voters these days, and in the previous, since like 2016, it's all about what you're, or at least it's more about than previously what you're not voting for or what you're voting against.
Electability argument, which makes sense.
I wonder who will be the VP under Trump. I think it's looking Carrie Lake. I don't know though. Anything can happen.
Does better in a general election matchup right now against President Biden than Donald Trump does. But it's tricky to make that argument in a primary, isn't it? Because basically what you're saying to those conservative voters is, hey, I'm more moderate, and that's why I do better in a general election matchup. And that's not necessarily what they're hungering for.
If you really listen to and spend a lot of time in the focus groups talking what people are hungry for, they want a change. And this is coming from Democrats.
And she spends a lot of time with the focus groups, guys,
who feel that the party has gotten weak. I mean, the president's weak, the policies.
Listen, this is coming from someone who stays posted up with the focus groups.
And Donald Trump is consistently pressed on that issue. And while we're sitting here rumbling through the primary, in many ways, there's another national campaign that's going on, and that's where voters are. So I don't think it's a fair comparison to say now that that's where the general election would be. I think it's a lot more competitive than what those polls would tell you right now.
Jonathan, as the Republicans suck up all the oxygen, the president and the Biden campaign writ large are laying very low. Not hearing much from them.
Basement Brandon.
No reaction
Classic.
To the caucus results last night.
I mean, it's the same as 2020. It's the same as 2020, dude. The less he's out there, you know what I mean? The less opportunities he has to fucking, goof and gaff. Like, it's literally the same as 2020, just like maybe a little bit worse. You know what I'm saying?
This is an intentional strategy, but explain what the strategy is, because it makes a lot of Democrats nervous. They want to see the president out there attacking Donald Trump.
So I don't think the president needs to be out there attacking
Donald Trump. He doesn't need to.
I think
he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to be out there attacking Donald Trump. He has all of the surrogates in the world. He has a legion, an army of, oh, Jesus. God damn it. An army of surrogates, including his wife, like that can do that for him. He doesn't need to do that.
What the DNC and the campaign are doing is letting Republicans control the airwaves. The entire Republican Party is a MAGA Trump party. If Nikki Haley's going to win, she has to win over MAGA voters. She's going to have to go so far right that 53% will not exist in a general election. She's at 53% because people think she's moderate and people think she has different views. If she's going to be the nominee, she has to win those 50% of Trump voters, and you only get that way by being Trump. So I think the DNC and the Biden campaign are just letting the extreme Republican views dominate the airwaves.
I mean, that was a tactic a strategy in 2016. That was a strategy in 2020. And of course, it's a strategy in 2024. Investing in multiple ways and focusing on the most extreme of the party and hoping that that's the way that everybody goes, and thinking that as far as Republican voters, and then banking on the fact that it'll make you look like the reasonable ones as Democrats, as if that isn't what got us Trump in 2016.
And they'll get him out there touting all of his accomplishments, all of the bills he's passed. He'll be at ribbon cuttings everywhere over the next 9 months, and Republicans will be seeing who can go farther to the right. Let's not forget, Nikki Haley was just dealing with, was slavery the cause of the Civil War a week and a half ago? The DNC is happy to let Republicans step all over themselves in these fights.
You may have gotten another soundbite from her today for a future ad when she said that the United States has never been.
Yo, Ronaldo, thank you for 2 months. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lovely as always, Tofu, and hello, chat.
Oh, thank you so much. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for 2 months.
A racist country. What do the results in Iowa mean for your former boss, Senator Joe Manchin?
You worked for Joe Manchin?
Make him more or less likely, do you think, to jump in and launch a third-party bid?
The results in Iowa have no impact on him. 100,000 people came out in a state that is redder than Texas and whiter than Utah to pick Donald Trump. That has no impact on him.
Redder than Texas, whiter than Utah. Yeah, he worked for Manchin, and she worked for W. She worked for. I love them.
Giving a voice to.
I guess I missed that part of the intro.
Moderate majority. While you saw 100,000 people in Iowa vote, there's about 200, 300,000 independents in New Hampshire who don't have a voice, who haven't gone to a party side because they think that the middle is where the country needs to be. Those are the people he's focused on. And that's the people he was talking to last week in New Hampshire.
One of the things I thought was so interesting from the entrance polls last night was the fact that immigration for these Republican caucus voters ranked almost as high as the economy when they were asked, what is your number one issue? Does this indicate that
the economy is always going to be a top issue, right? No matter what. People are always going to say the economy. That's always going to, obviously, right? For understandable reasons, too. But this right here is the main thing that I think, when the Republicans have nothing else, they always fall back on immigration. That has always been the case forever. Now, on top of that, they have an extra fun boogeyman, Boogie Tran, I should say. Trans people. But yeah.
Immigration is
because also these two subjects overlap. Right, to Republican voters in ways that we might not agree with, but to the Republican voter, these things overlap a lot more in a lot more problematic ways than they actually do. But it indicates the medias are focusing on immigration because they think the southern border is chaos when they have no idea how the U.S. Mexico border actually functions. Turning the racism dial and looking back for approval.
One of the biggest animating issues for Republicans this year, in the same way that our polls have showed abortion is an animating issue for Democrats.
I think that's a great way to characterize it. And I wouldn't say it's immigration. I would say it's border security and how it aligns with safety.
God damn it. I need to just start minimizing this window so I don't ever do that. I had the wrong window clicked on and I hit spacebar to pause the window. So I hit an ad. I'm sorry, chat. Fuck. Anybody want to help out the friends? Oh man, I'm sorry. That sucks. Fuck. I totally forgot what I was going to say too now. Double whammy. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
That's a detonation issue, is politically what we would call it. It's an issue that ignites in certain communities and galvanizes maybe a lot of floating voters who don't traditionally turn out for elections, who really feel, and we saw national security mobs, right? We saw them in 2004. We've seen different types of suburbans, outer suburbs, rural areas that respond to certain types of issues. And if we look at the map of who's responding, it really is more of those rural and ex-urban areas as opposed to urban cities. So that immigration issue, whether we call it that or border security, is going to continue
thank you for gifting to Gochu Guru. Now they don't have to worry about the ads that I just accidentally fucking demolished them with. Thank you so much, Drink Tank. Thank you.
Along with a weaker economy.
I think that's going to be an issue for Democrats as well, which is why I think they're fighting so hard to get a deal in the Senate. And that the White House is trying to get a deal done on this because they know it's...
Classic Banana Milk, thank you thank you for the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you got a gifty, please make sure to thank the person that gifted you. That's very kind. Thank you so much, Classic Banana Milk. Thank you. And thank you again, Durang Think. I really appreciate it. Are we in a hypers? It's a golden Kappa train? Chat, another bro. All right, chat. We're taking a quick break. This just in, breaking news, golden Kappa train upon us. Chat. You know what that means. Liana, thank you. Ernalda, thank you. Forlorn, thank you. McSecular, thank you. Dusty, thank you. You know what that means. It's time. We gotta run it. Chat, if you enjoy this stream, if you enjoy this community, if you enjoy the content, if you think that this stream gives you, if this stream gives you any sort of, is valuable to you in any sort of way, please do consider supporting. If you were ever going to support, right now is a great time to do so. Bearcillion, thank you. Because we are in, we have found ourselves in a moment where we might be able to acquire a golden Kappa for the second time in a week. Celticness, thank you. Midnight Dine, thank you. Let's go. Also, this is perfect because people are in the ads right now. Save the people from the ads that I accidentally hit them with. Alright. I did not mean to. And I'm sorry. Chris the Nerd, thank you for gifting to Charlie Balloon. Thank you so much. Let's go. Yo, Chaos the Gardener, thank you for the 500 biddies. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, chat. More egg dog. More egg dog. Yo, Sauce 240, thank you for the 100 biddies. Yo, does anybody have a gifty for Sauce 240? Does anybody have a gifty for 3 geese in a trench coat? Who else? Who else? Make yourself known. If you don't have a sub, if you need a sub, call out to the chat, and maybe somebody will answer that call. Lurkers, rise from the darkness, from the shadows. Midnight Dime, thank you for gifting to 3 geese in a trench coat. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey. Anonymous, thank you for gifting to Sauce 240. Thank you so much. Let's go. Thank you so much. Punky Gal, thank you for the 100 biddies. Chat. What else do we got? You know what we haven't done in a while? Here you go, chat. We're at level 5. We're at level 5, chat. Can we get to a level 6? We are 11 away from the daily sub goal, too. Joint Specialist, thank you for the 18 months. What's up? Welcome in. Monkey, monkey, chick. Look at the monkey. It's a monkey. Look at the monkey, chat. You see the monkey? Look at it. Look at the funny monkey. Look at that shit. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. Wild. Hell yeah. Thank you, chat. I really appreciate it. We're 17% into this level of the hype train, chat. You could keep it going if you want. Depends on how badly you want the golden kappa. Okay? Thank you so much for all the support so far. We're at 14 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. We got hella biddies in there. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We could continue if you want. It's up to you. It's up to you. But in the meantime, for the sake of time, we're going to continue on with our news coverage. But that's up to you, like I said. Let's look at this. DeSantis campaigns in South Carolina ahead of New Hampshire primary.
Fresh off his second place finish in Iowa, Florida Governor Ron
Yo,
DeSantis,
401, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you so much. Thank you.
touting his momentum heading into the New Hampshire primary.
Nikki
20%.
Haley said only the top two from Iowa, go on to be viable. Well, guess what? We punched our ticket out of Iowa yesterday.
But in a departure from his rivals, DeSantis flying right to a campaign event in South Carolina.
Yo, Sticky Monkey Flowers, thank you for the 100 more biddies. I appreciate that. Thank you. If we get some more subbies in there too, we'll continue.
You were celebrating a
Thank you so much, chat.
place finish. You beat
23%.
by about 2 points. Is that a margin that you're comfortable with?
We obviously came in second, but amongst the broader Republican electorate, I was viewed very favorably. I mean, like what we did in Iowa, we did make an impression with a lot of those folks. I had people come up to me saying, I love you, man. I'm going to do Trump this time and do you next time. Now, that's not what I wanted to hear, but being there, we did make an impression.
DeSantis choosing to stump in South Carolina, an indication of his strategy to turn the tussle with Haley into a two-man race with Trump.
Of course he's formidable. He's a former president. No one ever said he's not a good... No one said he's not formidable. Of course, he's one of the most famous people.
He's so awkward. He never doesn't seem like he's extremely uncomfortable. He is always just like he always just like feels so awkward and uncomfortable. It's just like, it's weird. He never has like I've never seen him have like a normal feeling conversation. Yo, Midnight Dime with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. If you got a gifty from Midnight Dime, please make sure to thank them. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. The people have spoken. Oh my god, we made it to level 6, chat. We are at 5% into a level 6 hype train. Thank you. Live transmission. Radio. Live transmission. Listen to the silence, let it ring. Banger. I'm wearing the same shirt as what? Oh, as this emote? I am, huh? Oh, it had sleeves at this time. That was when it still had sleeves. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you. Yeah, Vaxxed. SMH. What's up, Fusrado? Welcome in. Thank you so much, chat. We are, where are we at? 5% into a golden kappa train. We can get that golden kappa if you want. If you want the golden kappa, we can get it. We just got to get to level 7. We just have to get to level 7. Thank you so much, chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ahead to more conservative territory and try to knock out Haley on her home turf. He faces a tough road ahead. He's consistently polled around 5% in New Hampshire, trailing Nikki Haley and Donald Trump by double digits.
You really get hit hard.
And in Iowa, despite nearly 200 campaign stops across all 99 counties, DeSantis couldn't close the wide gap with Trump.
We are gonna fight.
He'll face a steeper climb in New Hampshire, where he's made only 43 stops so far,
so awkward.
And has struggled to connect with the famed independent voters in the Granite State.
Fresh off that exclusive interview with Governor DeSantis, Dasha Burns joins us tonight from Manchester, New Hampshire. So, Dasha,
yeah,
Rizless Ron. I want to get to that breaking news. How has the DeSantis campaign or the candidate responded to Nikki Haley pulling out of that next debate and the debate essentially being canceled?
Yeah, well, DeSantis is essentially saying that Nikki Haley is afraid to debate him. They've been
oh my God, madam, the trees are on fire behind you.
Her to
get out of there.
No answer on this, and now that this debate
get
is
out
canceled,
of there. Thank you for the stream, Tofu. Thanks for modding mods. Have a great rest of. Oh, thanks for modding mods. Have a great rest of stream, everyone. Good night. Yo, Andy, thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good night.
That tonight, even in the
Ron always has the energy. Yo, McSecular, thank you for the 1312. Holy shit. Ron always has the energy of an office character, but not funny. He's like, what if Michael Scott got caught peeing on his boss's car levels of uncomfy, but without a punchline? You're not meant to laugh. In fact, everyone is quite stressed. Stressed you're not taking his car piss seriously and voting for more piss, or concerned he's got his dick out pissing in public. He's a silly little guy, but the silly is fascist brain rot, the worst kind of silly. True, that is the worst kind of silly. Durang Dank, thank you for the 2 gifties. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, McSecular, for the 1312, and Durang Dank for the 2 gifties. Let's go. Chaos the Gardener, thank you for the 3 gifties. Let's go. Thank you. Chat, we are only 1 away from the daily sub goal. What the fuck? Yo! Mobius with the 5 bomb. Thank you. We have officially surpassed the sub goal. Thank you. Thank you. If you got a gifty, please thank the person who gifted you. Thank you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, Mobius, for the 5 bomb. Chaos the Gardener for the 3 bomb. Durank Dank with the 2 bomb. McSecular with the 1312 biddies. Midnight Dime with the 5 bomb. Sticky Monkey Flowers biddies. Forlorn biddies. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Holy shit. Thank you. What's the lore with the kiwi? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. Let's touch tips, chat. Hey, yo, Rock. Thank you so much for the gifty. Thank you so much for gifting to Lil Guy Finish. What the fuck? Here you go. All right. This sounds like a job for a classic. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you, Rock. Thank you, Mobius. Thank you, Chaos the Gardener. Thank you, Durank Dank. Thank you, everybody. Let's go. Wiggle it up. Wiggle up that vibes away. Wiggle it up. You're hanging with Tofu Ghost today. I did it at the beginning. Usually I do it in the second. Adrian, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you so much. Docking. I'm pogging. Thank you, chat. Holy crap. I really appreciate it. We're at 73%. Can we get to level 8? What the fuck? Is that possible? Could we do that? That would be wild if we could do that. That would be crazy. Yo, Forlorn, thank you for the 300 biddies. Where are we at now? 79%. Chat, if we get some gifties in there, we'll continue it on. Hopefully we get the golden kappa. That would be fucking tight. That would be fucking sick. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you, Forlorn. Thank you.
He's going to be touting that he has been ready to take the stage, and his rivals, both Nikki Haley and former President Trump, are
Mix Secular, thank you for the 280 biddies.
Really
thank you.
Ironic to me to see the evolution of.
We're at 85% now. What the fuck?
This race. He was the guy that wasn't talking to media. He was the guy that was really avoiding the press at all costs. Now he's the one that perhaps is the most available to the media of them all, and now criticizing
Midnight Dawn, thank you for the 100 biddies.
Doing kind of what he did at the outset. But now he's open. He says he's ready to debate and says the others are afraid.
We're at 87%.
One after the Iowa caucuses. We know he flew out to South Carolina. We saw that in your report. But do we know why the first event or the event in New Hampshire this evening has been canceled?
Yeah, so I just spoke to
Forlorn, thank you for the 100 biddies. We are edging our way over the finish line.
This is a super PAC backing him.
89%.
That event tonight. He did make it to New Hampshire. He is in the state now, but the event was canceled. I mean, really because of what you can see behind me here, the weather.
Mix Secular with the 300 more biddies. Thank you so much. Holy
These
shit.
Conditions are just terrible.
We're at 96%. Oh my God.
Slipping and sliding off the roads. The conditions,
boom.
I can tell you.
Boom. I am not edging. No, not anymore. You're not. Liana, thank you for gifting to Brittany. Thank you so much. All right, chat. Here's one we haven't done in a really long time. Do you think we can get to level 9 before this song is over? Yeah.
I don't like girls.
I don't like boys. I got a day damn baddie that I enjoy. Yeah. I'm in love with the day damn.
I'm in the club with some day dams. 10 out of 10
what I rate them.
Got their full consent, I don't pay them.
They said they're not binary. I said girl that's fine with me.
You can still inspire me. I'm gonna call you he or she. I don't care what you got downstairs as long as
you can lick my feet.
I don't care what you got downstairs as long as
you can pee on me.
Pull up, knock the cunt out if they ever
come misgender you.
They're just jealous, they can't pull a kick, they them and get it rude. LGBTQI plus I love them
also very much.
They identify as fluid, so I go and pick them up. On my bros like shit, 3056.
They are he or she. I don't give a shit.
People coming up to ask me if
they a girl or boy. Are they a girl or boy? Now they're somewhere in between.
What are your pronouns, con? 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 What are your pronouns? Before I go down, if that ass out, hit it from the back and spin around. What are your pronouns? I don't mess around. I got 60,000 baddies
in my sex lounge.
I'm on Smith Street with some hot humans. Someone bumped that Charlie XCX and
goes stupid.
Someone bumps that lot of powder and they fucking lose it. Mr. Wester exclusive, but it's still inclusive. Heard you use the wrong
pronoun even though you knew it. Heard you use the wrong pronoun and my night's ruined.
When I'm with some, they them gangsters up in Mount Druitt. Put your hands in the air.
If you're gender fluid,
That can't say him, that can't she, her, that can't
say them, but I'm it that. I'm an object. I so skid fat. In the gender neutral bathroom, make that ass clap. Hey.
Six chromosomes with different expressions. Expression break the ones with my genderless affection. What are your pronouns, con? What are your pronouns, con? What are your pronouns, con? What are your pronouns, con?
What are your pronouns? Before I go down,
Hit that ass out.
hit it from the back and spin it around.
What are your pronouns? I don't mess around. I got 60,000 baddies
In my sex lounge. Yeah. 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 Let's go. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, chat. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Just driving here to our live location, not good. So they're saying it is because of the weather, and I can tell you, not pretty out here, Tom.
Dasha Burns for us tonight. Dasha, we appreciate that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
Love
breaking
that.
news and
In classic Tofu fashion, I had it paused on the very end of the fucking video this whole goddamn time. The whole goddamn time. All right, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's all coming later. Let's exit out of that because we don't need it for now. I don't know how much of this we'll really need. How much time do we have? Oh, we have plenty of time. We have plenty of time. All right, GOP candidates turn to New Hampshire after Trump's Iowa victory.
After months of campaigning, the first presidential
Wait, did we
contest-
not just hear from y'all? If it's going to be the same people, I'm going to freak out. I'm going to scream. All right, you know what? I don't care. I think we've done enough. I think we got enough. New Hampshire. All right, moving on. Moving on to the southern border. Speaking of GOP focus, Texas representative decries state's actions at border as, quote, inhumane. And then we'll look at this from the majority report with Sam Cedar and friends. Should Brandon send troops to stop Texas governor's criminal treatment of migrants? Oh my goodness gracious. All right, let's get into it. Thank you for the hype train, chat. Did we get the kappa?
is
we
now
did
in the books, and the Republican.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the second golden kappa we've gotten in a week, bro. How goated is that? How goated is that? Your favorite streamer could never. Your fucking favorite streamer could fucking never. Chat, thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for helping me destroy the sub goal, even though we're only 2.5 hours into stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the biddies. Thank you for everything. You guys are the coolest. You guys are the most pog. Thank you, thank you. The part where the singer is like, I don't care what their gender is, reminds me of this, Tofu. Not a man, not a woman. Oh boy. Okay, is it me again?
Presidential candidates.
No. Oh boy. I even got rid of the problematic plugin.
Are looking
Audio's
towards New
working over
Hampshire
here.
after former President.
So it's not me like it was yesterday. Let me see if I click it again or something. If anybody else clicks it in the chat, does it have audio for you? Dun, 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 dun. Love you, Tofu. Thanks everybody for the support. You guys are the coolest. It worked for you? Okay, so is it just now, for some reason, it's this fucking... I wonder if it's like this or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Hot. That's what it is. I am not a woman. I am not a man. I am just hot. That's what it is. I am just hot as fuck and sexy and have a great pussy. To envy? No, just based. Not a man, not a woman, not non-binary. I'm just fucking hot. My gender identity is decided solely based on how much fun I'm having and how cute my outfit is that day. So, that'll be a good TikTok sound.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Based. Alrighty then. Let's keep it moving. Let's talk about Texas. Texas representative decries state's actions at border as, quote, inhumane. Let's check it out.
The Justice Department has filed new paperwork with the Supreme Court regarding the drowning of 3 migrants in the Rio Grande on Friday. That filing says the migrants had drowned before Border Patrol requested.
I love how this has been this story right here has been wielded by the right as like stupid woke fucking far left Brandon, as if like regardless of like when they drowned, as if it isn't like just no matter what a fucking horrible, terrible, fucking like disgusting thing. Like we're completely forgetting that we're talking about people dying in the search of like a better life. Like how fucked up is this? Oh, but as it turns out, stupid liberals, it happened at a different time than you had said or whatever. It's like I don't think that it's good that 3 migrants drown in the Rio Grande. Like what are we doing here?
Access to the public park, which Texas officials had taken over. It also says, quote, it is impossible to say what might have happened if Border Patrol had its former access to the area. You might remember Texas National Guard.
Yeah, it doesn't change the fact, 1, like I said, that people fucking died. Children died. 2, it also doesn't change the fact that you can't, as a state, just ignore the federal government like that. It's just it's so fucking infuriating. It's so infuriating.
Took control of that public park
True,
at
so.
Eagle Pass last week, preventing federal Border Patrol agents from processing migrants there. So for more on this situation at the border, I want to bring in Democratic Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. She represents Texas's 29th district, and she is the whip for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Thank you so much for joining us, Congresswoman. I saw your tweet. Your reaction is very clear to the drowning, but I want to get from you. I know I was stunned when I read the story. What did you think?
Well, I was just simply horrified. I mean, what Texas, our Governor Abbott is doing is just unconscionable. It's inhumane. It's barbaric. It's unchristian. It's un-American. It's all of the above. And all this for just political stunts. He has wasted already $4.5 billion on this operation, and he plans to spend another $5.1 billion, $10 billion.
Yeah, that's like the deficit hawks never actually give a shit about that because they know it's nonsense. Deficit hawks don't actually like care specifically about spending because they love spending exorbitant amounts on the military, on, you know, for example, on things like this. It's
dollars to just
blood on your hands, Abbott.
In his quest to kind of audition for vice president of the United States with the former twice impeached president. So to me, it's just horrific that we're going through this. It's just a reckless disregard for human life and a reckless disregard for the rule of law, because people have a right to present themselves at the border and ask for asylum. That is the law. So no one's above the law. Governor Abbott needs to...
You don't just get to make your own law that, like, gives you jurisdiction over federal, you know, things that are actually under federal jurisdiction. You don't just get to make your own laws regarding crossing the border illegally. You don't, especially in the manner that Texas has. We've already seen examples of it, you know, being used to just terrorize brown people, brown populations in Texas. We read that article yesterday. About the people being pulled up on and had guns pointed at them right away out of the out of the gate. Fuck, what was it? This. I usually never catch your stream, but it's 3 a.m. I have work at 8 and can't sleep. Oh, dang. I'm sorry, but you're welcome here. If you're unable to sleep, this is the fucking place for you. What's up, Glug Glug Goku? Welcome in. This is what I was talking about, and this is what we looked at yesterday. Let me save this in case I need it again in the future. DPS rammed family vehicle, pointed guns in mistaken Operation Lone Star stop, El Pasoans say. So, I mean, obviously, like we've said many times before, this is just a fucking, a stop and frisk, a stop and frisk situation like in New York, but for, you know, the brown people in Texas. Perfect example.
Stop this program.
So, Congresswoman, what would you like to see happen here? What actions need to take place?
Well, first of all, we need to make sure that he suspends this program to ensure that this just never happens again. I've been there. I've been at that park. I've been there. I've seen the reservoir. I've seen what they've done. They basically have confiscated a public park and commandeered it for their own operations, disregarding the will of the city council and people there who love that park, but now it's being used for purposes of this blatant disregard for human life. And what they're doing is needs to be investigated not only by the Department of Justice, not only by Department of Homeland Security, by the UN Commission on Human Rights, because in my view, these are human rights violations. This was
you're right. Yes, you are right. But if, like, everything that's been going on recently in the world doesn't give you a good idea of how fucking useless the UN is, like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Dog, you think the UN is gonna step in? They have denounced. The UN has denounced things like the American prison system. Obviously, rightfully so. I'm pretty sure the UN has denounced practices at the US border, the southern border. It means nothing. It means nothing. They can't do shit. We're the United States, baby. It can denounce stuff, but the Security Council deploys the real shit. True, but it would never be able to get. It can't even get to that point. It'll never get to that point.
They're 33 years old, and 2 children, 10 and 8. Any faith that you may believe in tells you to always protect the mother and the children. That's not what we're doing. It is just awful. It needs to stop, and it needs to be fully investigated.
As you know, the federal government has given the state of Texas up until today to suspend this program, or
else another strongly worded letter is coming your way, bucko.
The threat of the Justice Department stepping in. But I wonder if the system...
And this one will contain significantly less emojis. I promise you that.
...that are in place can work fast enough to prevent, say, another drowning. What can the Justice Department actually do?
Well, whatever they can do, they need to fast track it. And you're absolutely right, because this is not the first time we've had a loss of life on that river. You may recall a pregnant woman who was trapped in that razor wire, and the Texas officials kind of prevented the Border Patrol people to go in there and cut the wire to get the woman out. I don't know if you remember that case. That was the first time. We know that this is happening, but the courts are just too slow. That's why I'm suggesting that in addition to the investigations, that we get the UN Commission on Human Rights here to really hold people accountable. And I think it's time that we as a federal government consider just stopping federal funds to Texas. If there's even one inkling that they may be using any of those dollars for this horrific program, it's got to stop. They need to suspend the program immediately and let people come in and look at it and make sure that it's done away with. It is totally disregarding federal law and usurping the power of the federal government. It's unconstitutional. It needs to stop.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Congresswoman is on some liberal shit, but I agree that it cannot be the case that people like Gregory Abbott can just ignore the laws that are meant to hold people like them accountable, or people in their positions, governorships, accountable. You don't just get to be mini God King in the South. You don't just get to do that. That's not how this works. All right, next up on this, let's get some, let's see what Sam Cedar and friends have to say about this specific this specific subject.
It's really disturbing. And again, this is a massive failure. And this is what I was talking about with Weigel. You've got the Senate Democrats trying to make some deal over the border so that they can get the supplemental money for Ukraine and Israel. And then there's a couple other small sort of sundry items in that package. And the Democrats are tacking to the right when it comes to immigration because they think that they can in some way mitigate the move in the country to the right on immigration and mitigate the electoral chances of that. And they can't. And what they're doing is they're not setting themselves up, in my estimation, to be able to respond to Donald Trump on this issue in a way that is going to resonate with the American public. This story, there's two aspects to this. One is it's incredibly horrific and inhumane. And the other is that the Biden administration is just not in a position to highlight this story. They are in a position to highlight this story and make it a campaign issue, but their support for immigration and immigrants, they're so, whether it's a political stance or not, they can't step up and deal with this. CBS News reports a woman and 2 children drowned in the Rio Grande on Friday while trying to enter the U.S. This is near a section of the southern border where the Texas National Guard soldiers prevented and have prevented federal Border Patrol agents from processing and rescuing migrants.
Like whether or not federal agents were prevented from rescuing those specific 3 people that died in the river or not doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. You're fucking Gregory Abbott are sitting here fucking LARPing, playing fucking pretending like, you know, you're fucking Davy Crockett or some shit at the Alamo. And like doing this weirdo fucking political PR stunt, this LARP, about like sticking it to the federal government. And people are fucking dying. People are fucking dying while you're fucking LARPing. While you're LARPing. It's fucking horrible. I don't care like when they drowned. I don't care if it is actually true or not that they were prevented from helping those specific people. The fact that they died is all I need to know. That this is a fucked up situation. And that Gregory Abbott should not be allowed to just fucking do this. Should not be allowed to fucking do this.
So federal officials and a Texas Congressman, Henry Cuellar, I'm no fan of, but he doesn't like the idea that people were almost purposely killed. Do you remember that story? When did we run that Greg Abbott thing where he said we can't shoot it? Did we run that on Thursday?
Yeah.
And Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, was like, we're doing everything we can to deny these people except for shoot them. And if
short of shooting them. And we talked about this yesterday, and it was like, it could have been like, there could have been plausible deniability. Like they were just like, he was just saying it as like a figure of speech. If he didn't say like the last half of the sentence, and I wonder if they'll show it here.
Then the DOJ would come after us. I'm not so sure after this. So Texas National Guard soldiers deployed by Greg Abbott.
Here, hold on. I don't think they're going to show it. So Abbott's immigration rhetoric criticized again at their interview response about shooting migrants. Yeah, here. The only thing that we're not doing is we're not shooting people who come across the border because, of course, the Biden administration would charge us with murder. Like I said, if it was just the first part of this sentence, you would have plausible deniability, like you were being dramatic. If you would have just said the only thing that we're doing is we're not shooting people who come across the border, like we're doing everything short of shooting people coming across the border. If you would have just left it like that, like, all right, maybe he's a Texan and he just like, you know, we're speaking that way as a figure of speech, as gross as it is, you know, there's plausible deniability there. But then you ended the sentence like this, because of course the Brandon administration would charge us with murder. You know, the wokies would come for us if we started shooting people, you know, coming across the border. That's where you done fucked up. You done fucked up all of the, you know, all of the charitability that I would have had for you, you know, even as the demon that you are. Like, this part of the sentence, in my view, makes this whole sentence actually fucked up and very worrying. Absolutely. And it stings extra hard when the, you know, Abbott's state government is trying to, or is openly just ignoring and defying the federal government. That coupled with statements like this is bonkers. Bonkers. Yeah, Nabo
would not allow Border Patrol agents to attempt to rescue the migrants. Earlier this week, Texas National Guard soldiers seized control of a public park in Eagle Pass that Border Patrol has been using to hold migrants. And on Friday night, Border Patrol identified 6 migrants in the Rio Grande who were in distress near the park. Agents unsuccessfully attempted to contact state officials about the emergency by phone. Then when the Border Patrol agents went to the park and asked the Texas National Guard to allow them to go and help the migrants, they were denied entry.
like I said, whether this is true or not matters nothing to me. It matters nothing at all.
And the next,
if it's true, it certainly points out like a pretty specific thing that is like ugly, absolutely. But regardless, it is still fucked up that 3 people fucking died in the fucking Rio Grande. Holy shit.
Day.
Like, regardless of if the federal agents were like tried to save them and couldn't and were prevented, it still means that the state troops or the state agents, whatever department that was, whether it's National Guard or like whoever the fuck it was, it still means that they didn't save them. So, like,
they found that a woman and 2 children drowned. Of those 6, 3 of them drowned.
The interesting thing about this whole Texas situation, as someone who has been in the military, is you not only have the right, but the duty to reject illegal orders. All the soldiers involved should also be charged. It's key to making the argument for a full federal takeover, though. State forces can be as shitty as they want, as long as they don't contradict the authority of the feds. But they already have, even outside of this specific story, even outside of that, they already have in multiple ways, like openly defied the federal government. So, I mean, yeah, this would absolutely make for an insane case, like you're saying, but still.
I mean, the idea that the DOJ isn't bringing a case here. The idea that the federal government is just allowing Texas to unconstitutionally take control of this border, and then I think criminally prevented the Border Patrol from going and rescuing.
It would be criminal for sure. That would be
migrants.
Criminal. But it's already criminal that they denied Border Patrol federal agents access to a certain stretch of the beach anyway. Just the fact that they were denied access, whether it had anything to do with people drowning or not, is criminal. What the fuck are we talking about? That's explicitly the border is where the Border Patrol has jurisdiction. That's a federal agency. That's just like what the fuck are we doing? Did these monsters ever remove the razor blade buoys to put in the river yet? I don't know exactly what the status of it. They were ordered to take it out, but then it was also fought. They also fought it. So for all let's see. See if there's anything buoys Rio Grande, and see what there's anything like recent about that. Let's say like past week or some shit. Oh, new ones. Texas to deploy buoys in Rio Grande in an attempt to curb migrants from crossing river. And this was, oh, wait, this is from June 12th? What the fuck? How come this says 5 days ago over here? What the hell? Yeah, these are all old, actually. Very confusing. I wonder if it's because they were updated? The story has been updated. What did you update? I think that they're still up because the most recent thing I'm seeing is this right here. Is that there is just all this stuff that is the same as that they were suing to have them taken down. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that they're still up. If anybody could find anything on that, definitely let me know.
It's an outrage, and if
Can we have bonkers as I mean, link whatever it is.
On top of it being just sort of like a just inhumane and brutal, and I think criminal, but also the National Democrats are not in a position to sort of like make an issue of this because of their desire to sort of like be seen as not being supportive of immigrant rights. And so there's no way to engage in this issue that the Republican Party is going to be talking about constantly. I mean, expert dog kissers saying Biden needs to call Texas bluff and send federal troops to the border and enforce border policy. I'm not convinced that's
Who said that? Am I hearing this correctly? Huh? Who said? I'm sorry, Sam. One more time.
About constantly. I mean, expert dog kissers saying Biden needs to call Texas bluff and send federal troops to the border and enforce border policy. I'm not convinced that's wrong.
At a certain point, that will have to be where it goes, right? I mean, in my mind, you already have federal agencies trying to get access to areas that are under federal jurisdiction, and they're being denied access to them by people who don't have the authority to do so under the law, which would mean the only thing, to me anyway, which means the only thing preventing them from doing so
should trust them.
is their fucking like guns or something. If they're an expert, we should trust them. I agree. Bentley, thank you for 19 months. Thank you so much. Yeah, maybe expert dog kisser is right.
Or what you do is you nationalize those National Guard units. And you now say your commander-in-chief is not the governor of Texas.
Yeah, you could be found like criminally. You could be found guilty of fucking something like treason or something. I mean, I don't know, man. That's crazy. Sounds like y'all are doing a fucking rebellion in Texas. Then, if there are federal agencies and you are preventing them from doing their job and enforcing that which is under their purview, their jurisdiction, then I don't know, man. That sounds like a rebellion.
It's the president of the United States, and you're going to stand down. And whoever gave the order to not allow Border Patrol to get in there and rescue these migrants is going to stand trial for manslaughter.
Like I said, it's worth repeating over and over again. Regardless of the situation around the 3 people who died, the 2 children and 1 woman that died in the Rio Grande, regardless of if the state troopers or whoever the fuck it was actually prevented the Border Patrol, the federal agents, from specifically rescuing those 3 people or not, they were still fucking, in my view, murdered. They were still, regardless of my view, they were allowed to die by, at the very least, the state authorities who were defying the federal government, the federal agents. Yeah. All of this seems very bad. Like a state borderline rebelling complacent in my view, the death of people like those 3 that died in the river.
And that would go...
Yeah, sickos stood by and watched. Regardless of if they prevented others from protecting them, they themselves did not help them.
Ways towards helping the country interpret these things as opposed to just granting the premise every time.
100%. I mean, you know, I hate to frame it in the context of politics, but it's not just a question of like electoral politics.
Wait, what do you mean? In the frame it, but of course it's political.
It's not just a question of constitutional politics. It is a question of like, how do you convince the American public about policy decisions that we make or that others make? And you make them pay a political price, because the Republicans have already announced, essentially, they did it on a call over the weekend. We're not going to do anything in terms of immigration policy whatsoever. We're just going to continue to use it as a way to demagogue. I mean, this is, and the Democrats can't offer any type of response to it.
They're fucking toothless. I mean, this is now's their chance to show their strength, right? Now's Brandon's chance and his administration's chance to show their strength and to show that they're not going to be dicked around by fucking straight up fucking fascist bullies. Okay? GOP fucking fascist cry bullies. Come on, dude. Where's Dark Brandon at? It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
It's just, it's nuts. It's nuts when Henry Cuellar has to be the most reasonable person in any conversation.
Yeah.
Really an outrage.
Yep. True that, bud. True that. What time is it? 1:54 a.m. Okay, chat. Let's see. All right, next up, chat, we're going to talk about, quickly go over the floods in Brazil. Then we're going to quickly talk about Shell exiting Nigeria's onshore oil industry after nearly a century. And then we're going to look at the Sri Lankan healthcare workers striking. Then we're going to look at a different kind of strikes, not POG. Iran striking targets in Iraq and Syria, and US striking Houthi targets. So all kinds of strikes. And then also we're going to go from there into Israel-Palestine updates. Yeah. And then after that, we'll get into comfy content, chat. After that, it'll be all comfy content. But here's the thing. Before we get into that, we have to run an ad break because it has been about an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. All right? But here's the thing. If you would like to support the stream, if you would like to get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, if you would like to get access to an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay, we're back. We're back. Thanks for hanging in there. Let's get back into it. Thank you, McSecular. Doom, 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 doom. Okay, let's get into some international news. We'll start off with Brazil, then we'll go to Nigeria, then we'll go to Sri Lanka, then we'll go to Iran, and beyond. Let's go. The death toll is rising after floods leave a Brazilian city underwater. Oh, puppy. The puppy was chilling. Oh, damn. Everything is flooded. My son's house is flooded. I have no clothes. My friends here lost everything. We lost everything.
Bota a blusa aqui, ó, pra ela não... Isso, senta aí. Pronto, isso.
A gente fica sem luz, isso aqui, ó.
Aparecer a época de eleição é mole.
Sentimento de revolta, porque
I have mixed feelings because everything here has to do with politics. They should help the poor people, but they don't do anything. Nobody comes to help us. There are neighbors who are losing everything. The children need food, diapers, and milk. We are helping where we can, and that's what we can do. The only thing. Damn. Sag. Alright. Let's go to Nigeria. Shell to exit Nigeria's onshore oil after nearly a century.
Shell has agreed to sell its onshore oil and gas business in Nigeria for up to $2.4 billion after nearly a century of operations. The British Energy Major said on Tuesday that it would sell the Shell Petroleum Development Corporation of Nigeria Limited to Renaissance, a consortium of 5 mostly local companies. The deal is made up of
mostly
an initial
local
consideration of $1.3 billion, with the buyers making an additional payment of up to $1.1 billion at completion. Shell has been active in the West African country since the 1930s, but it has for years struggled with hundreds of oil spills at its onshore operations as a result of theft, sabotage, and operational issues. That's led to costly repairs and high-profile lawsuits. Shell said Renaissance will take over responsibility for dealing with spills, theft, and sabotage. However, Nemo Bassi, executive director of Nigerian advocacy group Health of Mother Earth Foundation, said that Shell must own up to its responsibility. That, he said, means full payment for the remediation and restoration of the polluted areas, as well as reparations to the host communities, adding they cannot walk away from the virtually irreparable harm they have caused.
Yo, Car Talk, thank you for 19 months.
Has a 30% stake in
What's up?
the SPDC joint venture that
Hello,
holds
thank you so
18
much.
onshore
What's up?
and shallow mining leases. Shell's resources in SPDC reached around 458 million barrels of oil equivalent by the end of 2022. The sale to Renaissance requires the approval of the Nigerian government. Shell will also remain active in Nigeria's more lucrative and less problematic offshore sector.
Worth noting. Nigeria, Shell complicit in the arbitrary executions of Ogoni 9 as writ served in Dutch court. Death squads. Literal paying off of death squads. Shell accused of fueling violence in Nigeria by paying rival militant gangs. Like, if this is actually being sold to a like a mostly local conglomerate, you know, that's certainly better. Certainly better. Capitalism still go burr, you know, all that, but like, just considering the history. So, always worth remembering.
A broader retreat by Western energy companies from Nigeria as they focus on newer, more profitable operations. ExxonMobil, Italy's Eni, and Norway's Equinor have struck deals to sell assets in the country in recent years.
Of fucking course it's Al Jazeera. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh.
Them and I get paid every month. I'm gonna be a millionaire before I'm 20, and this is how. I work for my dad's company. I have a contract with them and I get paid every month. That money then goes into real estate where I get some passive income I get to go spend. I never get to touch that principal income. So every year that principal doubles, triples, it stacks on top of each other, and over time that principal in real estate will make me a millionaire. By the time I'm like 20 years old, I have like 600, 800,000 in real estate from that agreement we have.
I'll bonus her for stuff that she does. One of these TikToks goes to 10 million. I'm gonna give her a $10,000 bonus. That 10,000 goes buys real estate. Let's say she averages 50 a year.
Are you broke?
She will. 50,000 times 10 years, which she will have at least 10 years.
Chad, are you broke?
500 grand. If that money doubles because she never touched it, she's a millionaire. It will have paid.
Are you broke? If so, have you considered having a rich dad? Have you thought? I'm just asking. Have you thought about it? You should get one. You should get a rich dad. Okay. There you go. There you go. Finance fucking 101. Fucking get rich 101. Have capital. How to become a millionaire. Have capital. Awesome. Moving on.
Or $300,000 in income that was not taxed, and I wrote off $500,000 of salary from the IRS. So it's a win-win for everybody.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, win-win for everybody. Fuck off. Why did you send me that? You really just wanted to ruin my mood. Celtic always just like running up to the fucking room that I'm in and just throwing a fucking grenade in the room and closing the door, holding it. And I'm like, no, let me out. He's just like, no. Let me out. I'm gonna get angry. No. Feel it. Feel the anger. Feel it. Embrace it. All right. Anyway, moving on. Sri Lanka protests. Healthcare workers strike against allowance scheme. Let's check it out. Oh my god.
More trade union action and demands for a government trying desperately to recover from a crippling economic crisis. Tens of thousands of health workers in Sri Lanka began a 24-hour work stoppage on Tuesday. They want the same benefit increase that doctors received last week.
We are opposed to this economic policy because it's unequal. The government has said it has money. Therefore, it's time we launched a struggle to demand our share.
Based.
The strike by the 100,000-strong Health Trade Union Alliance affected services at hospitals throughout the country. Those seeking treatment were angry and frustrated. Al Jazeera spoke to many outside the National Hospital in Colombo.
If we have money, we don't need to come here. I got up early this morning to come for my regular clinic visit. The doctor wrote out the prescription, but there's no one to dispense it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that sucks. That sucks, but you know what I mean? That's like the people who are, you know, who hold those jobs, the people who hold those jobs that are clearly very important to so many people, should be able to live comfortably doing so that we can continue to have people in those positions that are so important in our society.
I came by three-wheeler taxi with my wife who is pregnant. I have a skin condition and she's in the maternity unit. They gave us a list of medicines to buy, but I don't have the money.
Hundreds of military personnel were on standby to help. Health Minister Dr. Ramesh Patirana told Al Jazeera the decision to increase doctors' allowances was prompted by a large number leaving the country. 1,300 doctors have migrated.
If you want, or almost like the system doesn't work without people doing the labor, huh? If you want people to be forced to work for nothing, so as to not inconvenience you, you're advocating for slavery. Withholding our labor is everything.
And another 5,000 are waiting to leave. But he said the demands of others in the health sector will also be addressed.
We need to refer this matter to the Finance Ministry, for which we have done the background work now. So, but it's, you know, we have to do the calculations and see how best, you know, we are talking about another 100,000 workers of the government sector. So we have to see the numbers and see, we have to do our maths at a background and see how best we can allocate their request on the long run.
Unions say the government's decision to favour just one group within the health field is unacceptable.
Sri Lanka's health sector has struggled for years. Both during the pandemic and the economic crisis that followed, most hospitals ran out of the most basic drugs and supplies. Now health staff are protesting against allowances given to doctors, and the people that suffer most are those who cannot afford treatment anywhere else. Minel Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Capitalism go bird, solidarity. And I mean, yeah, you know, there needs to be more done to ensure a situation in which people don't have to leave their country to be a medical professional in order for it to make it work, to make it worth, like, you know, your education or whatever. You should be able to stay and practice in the place that you're from and serve your own communities. You shouldn't be forced to, like, doctors shouldn't be forced to leave and go to places like America or wherever. You know, same goes for all medical professionals. It's a very important fucking field. Very fucking important, obviously. Obviously, when covering entertainment strikes in the US, they were not on the union side. What? Are you talking about Al Jazeera? I mean, it's not, I mean, we use a lot of different sources here. And we make it a point to, it's a way of, a big thing that is important to the Tofu Goes broadcast is media literacy. And we practice this by using a variety of sources where we're able to kind of make sense of it ourselves by, you know, the classic practices of gathering the facts and separating out the spin. So yeah, like, sure, of course, you know, people have had, you know, none of these like outlets are like perfect. Not anything against them, just pointing out that they ain't great on every subject. Yeah, I mean, I tend to watch a lot of Al Jazeera to get coverage of what's happening in the Middle East because they do a lot of more better and more thorough and on the ground coverage of things that like a lot of American press doesn't get to. That's, like I said, it's important to get your news from an assortment of of outlets, and then it's mostly on you to decide what is bullshit and what is not. Anywho, where were we? Let's move on to Iran. Different strikes. in Iran, and then U.S. strikes against Houthi targets. Let's start with Iran. Strikes against targets in Iraq and Syria. Hello? There we go. Iran fired missiles late Monday at what it said were Israeli spy headquarters in Erbil, northern Iraq, and also at targets in Syria. I believe ISIS targets. This footage shows the extent of damage in a villa compound after missiles hit the upscale area near the U.S. consulate. Four civilians were killed and 6 injured in the attack on Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. Israel did not immediately acknowledge the attack. Taltata, Syria. Iran also launched ballistic missiles against what it calls, quote, terrorist operations, including Islamic State targets in Syria. Iran's actions came after the Islamic State group targeted a ceremony held for an Iranian general slain in a 2020 U.S. drone strike. Iran's strike come at a time of heightened tensions in the region and fears of a wider spillover of the ongoing war in Gaza.
Tonight, the U.S.
All right, now, U.S. striking more Houthi targets.
Striking back against Houthi rebels in Yemen again, destroying an anti-ship ballistic missile launcher that the U.S. says was preparing to attack ships in the Red Sea.
We anticipated the Houthis would continue to try to hold this critical artery at risk, and we continue to reserve the right to take further action.
It comes after the Houthis hit a commercial ship with a missile today, according to the U.S. military. The Biden administration now redesignating the group as a foreign terrorist organization, according to 3 U.S. officials, the goal to cut off Houthi financing. Secretary of State Antony Blinken told CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin the threat is impacting commercial traffic.
15% of commercial traffic is going through that strait every single day. 30% of the world's container ships. We're seeing international repercussions for these attacks.
U.S. officials say Iran continues to supply Houthi rebels with weapons and intelligence, releasing photos of these Iranian missile parts headed to the rebels in Yemen. The weapons intercepted when the U.S. Navy spotted a suspicious.
I mean, I don't know what the fuck any of this is. This just looks like a fucking tube in a package to me. I don't fucking know. This could be like super horrifying, but I don't know. I just like, it just looks like, I mean, all right.
Iranian missile parts headed to the rebels in Yemen. The weapons intercepted when the U.S. Navy spotted a suspicious boat in the Gulf of Aden and sent in a team of U.S. Navy SEALs. They confiscated the missile parts, but not before 2 U.S. Navy SEAls ended up in the rough waters.
Apparently they're still missing.
Both still missing tonight.
Okay, shut up.
The tension with Iran also playing out on land. U.S. officials say Iran launched multiple ballistic missiles into northern Iraq overnight. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard claiming they targeted a spy base for Israel's intelligence agency Mossad in the region. U.S. officials not confirming that, saying U.S. military and diplomatic facilities were not impacted and that civilians, including children, were killed in the missile attack. Sparking protests in the streets in Erbil, the White House condemning the attacks as reckless and imprecise.
And Courtney, you've also learned some new details about the night Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was hospitalized.
Yeah, Lester, we've now heard that 911 call from the night, and what's clear is Secretary Austin's hospitalization was intended to be kept quiet from the beginning. An aide asking the emergency dispatchers to turn off the ambulance sirens and remain subtle.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
So the escalation, continues. The escalation continues, man. Aftermath of Israeli bomb. All right, more strikes. So we're now going to use that as a segue into our Israel coverage, our Israel-Palestine coverage for the evening, for this morning. Aftermath of Israeli bombs, central Gaza devastated by relentless airstrikes. So this is central Gaza devastated by airstrikes, and this is North Gaza getting North Gaza, and also it says in this South Gaza also being bombarded. And then we're going to talk about the West Bank completely outside of Gaza, and more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist.
I'm currently standing.
God damn, dog. Okay, what, dude? Holy shit, Al Jazeera, man. I do. Oh my god. Oh my god. Insane. Dude, doing fucking audio terrorism over here. Holy fuck.
On Salah ad-Din, behind me is Al Maghazi refugee camp. Here the Israeli forces and tanks withdrew last night, and here, as you see, the destruction is massive.
My ears are bleeding.
From Deir al-Balah to
I think I have a fucking concussion.
This area on the road, all of the factories and all of the warehouses have been completely destroyed. We saw the infrastructure severely bombed. It's very obvious that there has been a lot of artillery shelling and a lot of airstrikes too, where till this moment fire is going out of the buildings. As you see, most of the people right now are trying to get whatever they can get from under the rubbles. We saw people collecting wood. We saw people collecting and going to see and to check up on their factories and their warehouses. People are literally devastated. They're saying that they lost all of what they own and all of the businesses. This is not the first time we see this on Salah ad-Din. When we evacuated from the north to the south, it was the same exact scene. More destruction is happening, and people are still fearing an invasion, a grand invasion to Deir al-Balah. This is Hind al-Khudri, Al Jazeera, Al Maghazi refugee camp.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Oh boy.
The latest news from Al Jazeera.
Just nothing but continued death and destruction and suffering. Nothing but continued fucking horrible shit to report, chat. I regret to inform you. Oh, graphic content? Okay. There's a couple things we'll probably have to pull away from.
Released by the Israeli military on Tuesday shows troops and armored vehicles in combat in Gaza. And residents told Reuters Israeli tanks had stormed back into parts of the Gaza Strip they'd left last week, reigniting some of the most intense fighting since the new year. In the morning, contrails snaked through the sky as Israel's Iron Dome defenses shot down rockets fired by Palestinian militants, proof they retain the capability to launch them, despite more than 100 days of war.
Yeah, and they have the capability of stopping 98.5% of the rockets that are fired.
One rocket.
The rockets in question, however, also are fucking dumb rockets. Yeah.
Fell in the Israeli city of Netivot, but no injuries were reported. Israel said its forces had killed dozens of Hamas fighters overnight in clashes on the northern edge of the Gaza Strip. Palestinians said a strike in Rafah, on the border with Egypt, killed nearly a dozen
fancy fireworks, yeah, spicy fireworks.
Having dinner. Zahir Abu Zarifa carried the body of his 7-year-old son Saif, who his father said was playing on a bicycle outside his school when he was killed. He said, "Forgive me, my son, I could not protect you." Gaza health authorities said the last 24 hours of Israeli bombing had killed 158 people in the enclave, raising their toll for the war, now in its fourth month, to 24,285, with thousands more bodies feared lost in the rubble. Israel launched the war to eradicate Hamas after militants stormed across the border fence on October 7th, killing 1,200 people and capturing 240 hostages. Kfir Bibas was just 9 months old when he was taken along with other members of his family. He turned 1 year old today.
Happy birthday! Bring them home now!
And relatives marked the milestone.
We're marking a birthday to a kid that's not here.
And being subjected to constant bombing campaigns. Your 1-year-old is being subjected to constant barrage of American-made 2,000-pound bombs.
We make him a cake, we put balloons, we put pictures and blessings and everything, and he's not here. So it's crazy.
A 7-day ceasefire saw more than 100 captives released, but more than 100 are still believed held hostage. Israel's onslaught has driven nearly all Gazans from their homes, some several times, and caused a humanitarian crisis, with food, fuel, and medical supplies running low. Most of Gaza's 2.3 million people are now crowded into the few southern areas that Israeli troops have yet to enter.
All right, now from Al Jazeera, illegal Israeli settlements increase in illegal land grabs in the occupied West Bank. The crimes are many, chat.
Once a major...
Oh my god, please, you guys. Every time it's like completely different. You like can't prepare because you never know how they're gonna get you.
Commercial hub linking the north and south of the occupied West Bank, Hawara is now a shadow of its old glory. Its minaret went
I'm sorry,
silent.
chat. It's not my fault. It's Al Jazeera, okay? They're doing audio terrorism. Okay.
It's the beginning of the war.
Fuck.
An estimated 30% of the population gone. It's because people here are scared of settler attacks, says its mayor Moin Demedi. As we drive through his town, many shops are closed by orders of the military.
The settlers insist on driving through the town because they want to impose their control and their extremism on Hawara. They want us to leave so they can take the land.
But during the closure, a new bypass road was opened. It runs like a scar through the town. So we're now on a bypass road. This was built for the settlers to drive through without going into the urban areas where Palestinians live. Well, that's not really happening because they continue going through places like Hawara. Now, lately, since the war began, more land has been confiscated and more roads are being built, and the Palestinians have no recourse for that. Since the war started, there has been an unprecedented surge in settlement activity.
The settlers are taking advantage of the war and setting a lot of facts on the ground. We count at least 10 new settlement outposts, dozens of roads that are being paved everywhere in the West Bank, and nobody's stopping them.
In the nearby town of Azun, the mayor keeps on printing maps to highlight the changes on the ground. He received 4 confiscation orders since October the 7th.
The first one was here. They built a military watchtower. Then they did a security road that goes around like this to reach a settlement on the eastern side. And then they're building another tower over here on the western side.
Most of the land confiscated belongs to Ahmed Abdelaziz, and there's a risk he will lose more of his olive groves.
They do this to protect the settlers and to besiege Azun. They want to close it by putting up electrical fences. They told us they will do that after the war with Gaza. Here too, the army imposed a closure of the town. Of its 6 entrances, only 2 remain open. But even these open and close depending on the daily decisions of the military, stifling the local economy and bringing life to a standstill.
Here too,
On purpose.
the army imposed a closure on the town. Of its 6 entrances, only 2 remain open. But even these open and close depending on the daily decisions of the military, stifling the local economy and bringing life to a standstill. Huda Abdul Hamid, Al Jazeera, in the occupied West Bank.
Subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Insane. They are fighting a ground war of survival, apparently, according to them, yet they spend so many resources protecting these genocidal settlers. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, all of their biggest, you know, in most vocal allies, international allies, all, you know, publicly say they support a 2-state solution. While also, you know, just wholeheartedly supporting the state of Israel no matter what, as they, you know, just completely like sanction the further theft of Palestinian land in the West Bank, which is like the number one obstacle to a 2-state solution, number one you know, the number one reason why you can't return to the 1967 borders. Yeah, what a fucking mess. War in Gaza takes heavy toll on children. And then we'll talk about a freed hostage held by Hamas speaking on their living conditions. And we'll talk about Israel's war on Gaza being the deadliest war for journalists, and more.
For the 1 million children in Gaza, life has become unbearable. Mohammed Al-Yazaji is 13 years old and now has more responsibilities than he ever imagined.
And this is the case for an overwhelming majority of the population. How many families are like this, where young people are being, you know, forced to take on roles that maybe they weren't even like mature enough for yet?
His mother killed in an Israeli airstrike and his father missing, presumed still buried under rubble. Mohammed is taking care of his 7 brothers and sisters. They live in a tent in Rafah. Israel ordered Palestinians to come here in southern Gaza for their own safety as Israeli troops battle Hamas. A pile of clothing and blankets is all Mohammed's family has left. I want this war to end and to go back to school and be with my friends, he says. Instead, every morning, Mohammed collects firewood and has learned to cook for his siblings. With no money at all, neighbors sometimes give him handouts. But it's not nearly enough, so he joins the scramble at the food lines. Children can wait for up to 8 hours for a single pot of soup. Mohammed's youngest sister is still a newborn, but he can't get her to drink the formula shopkeeper gave him.
Bro, he's a baby. He's a fucking baby. He's a fucking baby. He is a baby himself. He can't be taking care of babies. God, this is so dark, man. There's babies taking care of babies, you know, living in actual fucking hell. The trauma is unimaginable.
But he doesn't know how to sue the baby. Also in Rafah are Nadine.
Of course you don't. You're 13 years old.
Jude Abdulatif. She's also 13, also from Gaza City. She's moved 6 times to escape the fighting before ending up here.
What we're living is horrible, and what we're practically living like animals, and we shouldn't live like that. We should live like human beings.
Medically vulnerable children have been pushed over the edge. In October, we visited a home for disabled children in Gaza City and saw Iyas, blind and with debilitating complex needs. He and the others have also been displaced to Rafah, now living in a garage. He's become very stiff without the medicine he needs to relax his uncontrollable muscle contractions.
I don't want our future to live like this. I want it to be changed.
And now the UN says famine has arrived in Gaza with what an official described as incredible speed.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
Every day I'm introduced to new levels of fucking like horror, new horrors beyond my comprehension. Every day. Every fucking day. This is from NBC News. It's crazy how so many people supporting Israel don't believe this is happening. Either they are unaware of the extent of it, or they are, and they are justifying it through, you know, whatever horrible means. Yet Israel is claiming that even more support trucks have been let through than before October fucking monsters. It's a very low bar. We talked about that yesterday. It was like 264 trucks. It's like, yeah, great. That is like but a fraction of what is needed. One, and tell me how it isn't fucked up. You know what I mean? Tell me how this isn't a fucking self-report. Like, you're bragging that you let in 264 trucks, which is nowhere near to feed and support with medical supplies, whatever, etc. Over 2 million fucking people, mostly children, like we just saw. The fact that this many months after October 7th are only letting in that amount is like so fucking telling. So fucking telling. Random question for you in chat. I'd like to learn more about Islam. I'm just very curious about info on YouTube is very limited. I'm nonverbal autistic with massive social anxiety, so I can't just go to a mosque or a library. I have no idea. I'm not religious and I have no idea. The only thing I would think would be the internet, and I have no idea. I'm sure there are some Muslim chatters in the community that could help you out with that. I have no idea. It all comes down to us versus them, the power and security being supreme. And admitting at the same time they're the one controlling and allowing food, exactly, food and more to enter. Apparently Qatar and France finally got them to deliver medicine by pointing out the hostages need that shit too. Yeah, they briefly went over that in the headlines section, I think, on Democracy Now. All right, let's keep it moving. Freed hostage held by Hamas speaks on living conditions from Associated Press. Let's check it out. In late November, Sharon Aloni Cuneo returned home with her 2 young girls from the Gaza Strip, where her family was held hostage. Her husband, David, remains captive. Cuneo can't stop thinking about her husband's last words to her as the family embraced and say goodbye.
He was managed to make a joke. I told him, "You're the best man I have ever known." And he told me, "Oh, it's about damn time you figure it out." But he told me, "Fight for me. Don't give up. Please yell what I can't yell. Please help me to get out." And he told me, "I'm scared as hell." That was the last sentence. "I'm scared as hell."
David Cuneo is one of 111 captives believed to be alive in Gaza after 120 hostages, including his wife and daughters, were freed during a ceasefire. Sharon and other freed hostages have increasingly spoke out about the conditions they endured.
The basic thing that they took from us, our independence of basic things like going to the bathroom. My kids they had to pee in the sink and do number twos in the trash.
Which is horrible. And something that a lot of people in Gaza are experiencing right now. And, without water, without running water, without electricity, without all of these things, yeah, it makes sense. It's horrible. Those sounds like the horrible conditions that everybody is being subjected to in Gaza right now. Yeah, that sucks. That's fucking bad. You shouldn't have to live like that. Agreed.
You can knock, but you can never know when they open. Sometimes it would take 5 minutes. Sometimes it can take 2 hours. Like animals in a cage.
Food didn't come on a regular schedule. Sounds like I said, sounds like the case for everybody in Gaza. Cuneo lost 24 pounds and said each member of her family suffered from vomiting and diarrhea at least once. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds fucking horrible. That sounds fucking terrible. And that's so like a traumatic experience. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, that sounds right. I believe that was the case for you, and because of everything that we know about the situation for everybody in Gaza, as somebody who is in Gaza, it makes sense that you're having issues with your stomach, vomiting and diarrhea. It makes a lot of sense, because a lot of people are experiencing those same things because of the water supply. A lot of people are being subjected to only having salt water, which is obviously not fit for drinking, and is also not good for showering in, like bathing in. The water that they is getting everybody sick. And this was even as far back as December 13th. I mean, it's not even that far back, but you know what I mean. It's horrible, the conditions that people are under in Gaza. Absolutely, I believe this. Food didn't come on a regular schedule. Cuneo lost 24 pounds and said each member of her family suffered from vomiting and diarrhea at least once. Yeah.
A lot of the times the girl were just crying. I'm hungry. I don't have anything. And I was crying with them. I'm sorry. I don't have food to give you. There is no food. I'm sorry. It was devastating to me, because me and David always talked about that the one thing we would never be cheap about is food.
I mean, word. You know what I mean? Access to food should be a human right. The fact that you are experienced a situation in which you had very limited access to food is fucking terrible. Like I said, such is the case for everybody in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands are starving in Gaza as famine arrives at, quote, incredible speed, UN aid chief warns. This is from CNN. Israel's war in Gaza has brought famine with such incredible speed, the United Nations Emergency Relief Chief told CNN on Monday, as he warned that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians are starving in the besieged enclave. The great majority, the quote, great majority of 400,000 Gazans characterized by UN agencies as at risk of starving, quote, are actually in famine, not just at risk of famine. Martin Griffiths, the UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator, told CNN's Christian Amanpour. It's been an extraordinary and wholly unwelcome aspect of the Gazan war, he said. It has brought famine with such incredible speed to the front lines. Aid has been trickling into Gaza slowly from 2 border crossings in the south, but agencies have been warning it is a fraction of what is needed. But that won't stop the state of Israel from bragging about it. You know, look at how moral we are. Look at us and how much effort we're putting into the humanitarian crisis. you know. Last week, UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said Israel had denied critical supplies from entering northern Gaza, but Israel has accused the UN's Palestinian Refugee Agency of not doing enough and, quote, stalling the progress. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking shit. Oops, goddammit. No, you. Nuh-uh. Actually, nuh-uh, it's you. Yeah, literally, the gaslighting. Like, Griffiths told CNN Monday that work to provide humanitarian aid to 300,000 Gazans who remain in the north of the Strip continues to be a challenge. It's not a matter of the number of trucks that can get in, he said after listing a series of roadblocks stopping aid. I mean, like figurative and like literal roadblocks. Like roadblocks in the form of like bombed out fucking roads. Stopping aid, including unreliable, quote, deconfliction of access routes, and civilians having to move, quote, from one place of insecurity to another place of insecurity. If you cannot rely on deconfliction of access routes of people in need, if you cannot rely on hospitals not being attacked, if you cannot rely on people having to move from one place of insecurity to another place of insecurity, those are the issues that make humanitarian aid deliveries, he said. It's not a matter of the number of trucks that can get in. It's amazing when you compare the strikes earlier to what Israel is doing. Not that airstrikes are ever fun, but the insane death toll is insane in Gaza for supposedly... It's amazing when you compare the strikes earlier to what Israel is doing. Not that airstrikes are ever fun, but the insane death toll is insane in Gaza for supposedly modern weapons. Well, because it's not only the modern weapons being used. Obviously, one, it has a lot to do with the specific modern weapons being used. More specifically, the lack of precision guided munitions and the lack of like, quote, like dumb bombs, or the prevalence of dumb bombs. On top of that, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of everything, medical aid, etc., 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 etc. You know, people are dying not only because of bombs, but there are a lot of people dying because of those. They are also dying because they had like a wound that got infected, and then they had to get it their leg amputated, but they couldn't because there's no fucking hospitals, and then they fucking died of fucking like I don't know, like an infection or some shit. It's people who are literally fucking starving. Literally fucking starving. People who are dehydrated from throwing up and constant diarrhea. Like there are so many ways in which people are dying. More than 24,000 people have been killed in Gaza and more than 60,000 others injured since October 7th, the Hamas-run Ministry of Health said Monday. Meanwhile, nearly 90% of Gaza's pre-war population has been displaced, according to the United Nations. That campaign began after the October 7th murder and kidnapping rampage by Hamas gunmen that saw some 1,200 people killed in Israel and more than 240 taken hostage, more than 130 of whom are still in captivity, alive or dead. Israel's relentless bombing has wrought widespread devastation as civilians live with the threat of imminent death either by an airstrike, starvation, or disease. Now, consider if that is the case for the entire population in Gaza. Of course, that's the fucking situation for the people who are still being held in captivity in Gaza. Of course it is. And if it means that so many people are dying because of airstrikes and starvation and disease and getting shot by IDF, whatever the fuck, then of course it is the case that some of these people are probably dying by the same means. We already know that 3 were shot, even though they were unarmed, shirtless and shoeless and waving white flags. they were still shot by the IDF. It is extremely likely that multiple people have died. Multiple of these, those that are in captivity, have died at the hands of Israel. I mean, and they'll say like it's not reliable because it's coming from Hamas, the Al-Qassam brigades or whatever. But they claim that 2 of those hostages died in airstrikes recently in the past few days. I think that is extremely fucking likely. Extremely likely. What is this? Tofu spin? Oh my goodness. That's tight. Griffiths warned Monday that the dire humanitarian situation in the enclave could create generational hatred. I have some news for you. While you are correct, Mr. Griffiths, this already exists. Oh, gee, I wonder where any like radical, like fundamentalist sentiment comes from in Gaza. Oh, I don't know. Where the fuck did Hamas come from? Oh, I don't know. How the fuck do you think people get radicalized? Is it because their whole family gets murdered in front of their fucking eyes and they have nothing else? Is it because people, mostly young people, are being faced with the decision of just sitting there and waiting to die, and also maybe sitting there and waiting to die, but also picking up an AK-47 and a green bandana? Like, fuck off, dude. It might create generational hatred. Be careful, guys. Careful. We worry for the security of Israel as much as the security of Gaza. I mean, yeah. Where do you think October 7th came from? Where do you think the Al-Aqsa storm, or whatever the fuck it was they called it, came from? What the fuck? Why do you think they called it named it after Al-Aqsa? Where just recently, you know, around the pre-October 7th, you were seeing really fucked up raids of that mosque, and the brutalization of innocent Palestinians just trying to go fucking pray and shit. I wonder where this generational hatred is fucking coming from. Insane, dude. Insane. Anyway, I bring this up just to say, yeah, I believe this freed hostage when they say that food was hard to come by. I believe it, because that is the case for everybody that is in Gaza.
I cry all day. I just sit around and cry all day, watching in videos in all kind of groups, looking for any information about him, watching his pictures on my phone and hearing his voice messages.
My life, I love you lots, the most in the world.
Just put it on replay over and over again and watch it.
And you know what? Your government, the Israeli government, doesn't actually want your loved one to be home with you and the rest of your family. Bibi Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, the whole gang. They don't actually want your husband to be back home in your arms. How does that make you feel? How does it make you feel that your husband is worth more as an idea than he is home, healthy, happy, and loved with you and your children? What? How does that make you feel? I need to know.
Videos of him with the girls.
And I would really love to hear from them about how scary it was, or whether or not it was scary. You know, what their experience was when it came to the constant bombardment of the fucking, of the area that they are being held in. I want to know. What's up, Vox? All right.
Did you know this is the deadliest period for...
All right, now let's look at this other angle of the fucking horrible tragedy unfolding live in slow motion before our eyes. Israel's war on Gaza is the deadliest for journalists. Let's check it out.
Did you know this is the deadliest period for journalists in modern history? It's mainly because of what's happening in Gaza,
Her makeup is so cute.
where Israeli forces
Very
are
cute.
being accused of targeting journalists as part of their war. More journalists were killed in the first 10 weeks of Israel's war on Gaza than were ever killed in 1 year in a single country. Recently, journalist Hamza Dahdouh and his colleague Mustafa Thuraya were killed in an Israeli airstrike that hit their car while they were out reporting in southern Gaza. The 27-year-old was the eldest son of Al Jazeera's Gaza bureau chief Wael Dahdouh, who had already lost his wife, 2 other children, and a grandson in another attack back in October.
العالم يجب أن يرى بعينين وليست بعين إسرائيلية. يجب أن
It must... The world must see with their eyes and not with Israel's eyes.
يرى بعينين وليست بعين إسرائيلية. يجب أن يستمع
It must listen and watch all that is happening to the Palestinian people.
ما يحل بهذا الشعب الفلسطيني. ماذا فعل لهم حمزة؟
What has Hamza done to them, Israel? And what has my family done to Israel?
وماذا فعلت لهم أسرتي؟
100 days into the war, the Committee to Protect Journalists said at least 82 journalists and media workers have been killed since October 7, including 4 Israelis and 3 Lebanese. The Gaza government media office says it's even more. Nearly 120 killed in Gaza alone. The victims are overwhelmingly Palestinian. Israel refuses foreign journalists from entering the besieged enclave independently. It says their presence would hinder its soldiers from carrying out their operations. Last month, Al Jazeera's cameraman Samer Abu Daqqa was killed in Gaza. He was left bleeding as Israeli forces prevented ambulances and rescue workers from reaching him after he was injured in a drone attack.
هذه جريمة جديدة تضاف إلى جرائم الاحتلال.
This is a new crime against Palestinian journalists that adds up to the crimes of the Israeli occupation.
During armed conflict, journalists must be protected and allowed to report on events as long as they don't directly take part in
Geneva? Geneva who?
states that propaganda is not considered
Never heard of her.
participation. So journalists working for Hamas-affiliated media organizations or Israeli networks are to be protected alike. At the start of the war, Israel said it could not guarantee the safety of journalists in the Gaza Strip. In November, 6 media professionals were killed in the span of 24 hours in Gaza. The UN decried the attacks, which included journalists Sari Mansour and Hassoune Salim, who were reporting from the Barej refugee camp in central Gaza. Al Jazeera and the Committee to Protect Journalists have condemned the killings and are asking for those behind these crimes to be held accountable.
As they should. As they should. All right, what time is it? 3? All right, we're gonna skip these two. Maybe we'll check out. We'll cap off the politics for the day with this GDF, and this more perfect union, and then we'll do comfy content. But here's the thing, chat. Before we get into that stuff, before we cap off politics content, we have to run an ad break because it's been about an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Goes broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. That is literally not true. I'd be doing shit, all right? I would be running around real quick and touching grass. I'd be running around the house doing random things as fast as I can. Oh, it does that. You're meant to play it for another 2 years till you get banned for slurs tofu. Oh, got it. Same. Oh yeah, I like the faster one. The faster one is cool. It's like low poly. It's like low poly tofu. It's like PlayStation 1 tofu. Run and touch. Okay, let's get into it. Or back into it, rather. Let's cap off politics, chat. Let's cap it off with brain rot from GDF. New More Perfect Union. Is this the biggest corporate crime ever committed? Also, Nori suggested this. Mike Mizak, streamer here on the twitch.tv, whose video we enjoyed about the Philadelphia landlord sanctioning a murder, essentially, did a video on LA. That's where I'm from. So we'll check that out maybe.
Hey everyone, just wanted to talk about an interesting development in the Gaza genocide story. Some of you may remember The Economist publishing a short article in November of 2023 titled, "How the Term Genocide is Misused in the Israel-Hamas War." In its original text, it explained how the allegation of genocide had been made by countries that have usually been friendly to Israel.
Hey, have a good day at work, Sil. Hope it doesn't suck too much.
Colombia, Honduras,
Thanks
and
for hanging.
South
See you next
Africa
time.
have all withdrawn their ambassadors from Israel, accusing its government of committing genocide. In a high-profile and significant example, the director of the New York office for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Craig McIver, wrote, "This is a textbook case of genocide." McIver would resign in protest. The article gives a cursory history of the Genocide Convention, a definition, acts intended to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Israel, by contrast, does not meet the test of genocide. There is little evidence that Israel, like Hamas, intends to destroy an ethnic group, the Palestinians. Israel does want to destroy Hamas, a militant group, and is prepared to kill civilians in doing so. And while some Israeli extremists might want to eradicate the Palestinians, that is not a government policy. However,
However, you want to talk about government policy? I mean, you have up Itamar Ben-Gvir on the screen right now. You know who is responsible for the loosening of gun permit laws for Israelis and more specifically people in the West Bank, illegal settlers in the West Bank? Who made it easier for people to get firearms permits? One. And who brought actual firearms to the illegal settlements and literally fucking handed them out with clipboards so that you could fill out your fucking your information and get a quick little permit? Just like arming, literally directly arming non-government radicals in the West Bank. They'll pull a muscle with these gymnastics they're doing with reasoning here. According to the UN, unproportionality does escalate it to genocide.
To have been contradicted by its own reporting. On January 10th, The Economist published a report on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Just how bad is it in Gaza?
It actually provides more detail on the siege and blockade than I've gathered from reading countless UN and human rights reports. The Economist reports that 1% of Gaza's population, or 1 in every 100 people, have been killed. Further, almost 2/3 of Gaza's hospitals are closed. They do not have enough supplies or staff. Desalination plants that once supplied clean water have shut down for lack of fuel and spare parts. Displaced children have access to just 2
and people will literally blame that on Hamas.
liters of water a day. The UN uses the 5-step integrated food security phase classification scale to measure hunger. I did a video on this a couple weeks ago probably. At phase 1, people are fine. At phase 5, they are starving to death, regularly skipping meals and often going 24 hours without food. Arif Hussein, the chief economist at the World Food Program, says 706,000 people around the world are at that worst level. 4 out of 5 of them are in Gaza. The scale, severity, and speed make this crisis unprecedented, he says. For the first 2 weeks of the war, Israel let nothing into the enclave, which forced businesses and families to deplete stocks of food, medicine, and other essentials. On October 21st, it began allowing goods to flow via the Rafah crossing with Egypt. An agreement with the Palestinian Authority in 2005 requires Israel to consent to such deliveries. Indeed, The Economist is just confirming the fact that Israel controls the border with Egypt as well. We'll remember that the U.S. had to negotiate not with Egypt, but Israel to allow water into Gaza from Egypt. Why did Biden tell Bibi to turn the water back on and not Sisi? Because Israel is the occupying power in Gaza. The article continues, lorries have entered almost every day since then, from a low of 8 on October 25th to a high of 300 on November 28th, during a week-long ceasefire. Still, even with a second crossing, deliveries are far short of the 500 to 600 lorries a day that entered Gaza before the war. The inspections themselves are complicated.
Right. Okay.
The Dutch government.
There you go. There's like a more specific number for what we were talking about just a little bit ago. 500 to 600 lorries a day. Pre-October 7th. And now Israel is bragging about this many months after October 7th, 264 trucks making it in one time.
Before the war. The inspections themselves are complicated. The Dutch government paid for X-ray scanners at Kerem Shalom, which have been in use since December. They should allow lorries to be checked without being unloaded and reloaded, but Israel insists on inspecting them manually, which adds hours to each delivery. Israel has an ever-changing list of dual-use items prohibited from entering Gaza because they arguably have some military purpose. It would be more efficient to desalinate water in Gaza than truck in bottled water, but spare parts for desalination plants are on the list and thus barred from entry. So are dozens of generators donated by Kuwait, along with solar panels and solar-powered lights. Many things can be deemed dual-use. Batteries, stretchers, and heaters have been rejected on the grounds that Hamas fighters could use them. In the trial judgment for the case against Jean-Paul Akiyezu during the criminal tribunal for Rwanda, the chamber is of the opinion that the means of deliberate inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part include, inter alia, subjecting a group of people to a subsistence diet, systematic expulsion from homes, and the reduction of essential medical services below minimum requirement. Now we have forced displacement, man-made famine, not just forcing a population on a subsistence diet, but a man-made famine at this point, and massive restriction of medicine, and of course bombing of hospitals, which more than meets the threshold under international humanitarian law for genocide. Thanks to The Economist for that.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. I appreciate that. Now let's look at this for more perfect union. Is this the biggest corporate crime ever committed? Ever committed? Ever? Let's check it out.
Climate change is not a tragedy. Climate change is a crime against humanity committed on the part of these oil companies.
These reports are pretty scary. But are they true?
Has there actually been global warming?
All of us would like to believe that corporations do the right thing. They're not intentionally deceiving us or destroying the world.
If we all work toward the same goal, I believe we can change the perceptions of the American people about energy.
We need you to be an important part of it. Together, we can make a difference.
Did we aggressively fight against some of the science?
Oh my God.
For decades, fossil fuel companies have coordinated what is arguably the most consequential deception campaign in history. And so far, they've gotten away with it.
We have a mountain of evidence showing that they knew
for decades exactly where we'd be today and lied about it time and time again.
The state of California is suing Big Oil in one of the most significant legal challenges the industry has ever faced.
The financial liability that the companies could face is, potentially existential. It's a huge threat to the industry, and they know it.
This lawsuit tells a story about how some of the biggest companies in the world lied to protect themselves. But it also does something much bigger. For the first time in history, it could actually force them to pay for the damage.
There's what our street, one street over, looked like in the morning, just flames flaring up everywhere. And then the next day we got to our lot, and this is all that remained of our house.
Bill Vosberg is a retired teacher in Santa Rosa. In 2017, he and his wife lost their home to the Tubbs fire.
The fire jumped over Highway 101.
I've been watching an orange glow that I thought you guys had under control, but I'm starting to see like flames flickering.
There's our house down there in the courtyard, and the fire just ripped through here all the way down there, blowing like a storm.
At the time, the Tubbs fire was the most destructive fire in California history.
It was like driving through a mini war zone. The fire had destroyed 5,000 homes here in Santa Rosa.
But the fire no longer holds that title. Since 2017, Californians have lived through 8 of the 10 largest wildfires in the state's history.
Bro, we can't stop winning.
The Complex fire surpasses 1 million acres.
Oh my God. Oh. There's like explosions everywhere.
The entire scope of my vision is nothing but ruins.
All throughout the state, the wildfires have been longer, harder, more intense. We had tremendous losses ourselves, but we're one of thousands of people, billions of dollars that these fires have cost.
And it's not just fires. For years, California has been on the front lines of record-breaking heat waves, drought, and flooding.
And I think it's time that we look directly at the sources. The number one culprit is CO2 emissions. Fossil fuel companies play a direct part in the misery we suffered, as well as thousands of other people. The tragedy for me is that the oil companies knew.
Some more directly, like we talked about Shell's death squad.
The 70s, in the case of Exxon, that burning their products was going to lead to global warming.
In the 70s and 80s, I graduated from college in 1981. ExxonMobil had a very good reputation. ExxonMobil was doing science that was as good or better than any academic group at that time.
That's Naomi Oreskes, a Harvard historian of science who spent decades studying how companies like Exxon lied to the public.
I love this graph because in this graph, we take ExxonMobil's own work. So ExxonMobil scientists created a set of forecasts in the 1980s, forecasting what would happen to climate change in the future. And then in this document, we compare ExxonMobil's predicted changes with other models that were available at that time, and also with what really happened in the real world. And one of the things that's fascinating about these data is, first of all, they show that ExxonMobil's predictions were very accurate. The company scientists had a very good handle on what was likely to happen in the years to come.
Dr. Hoffert, is that correct?
We were excellent scientists.
Yes, you were.
At the time, Exxon was also an industry leader in renewable energy, funding groundbreaking research in solar cells. But in the late 80s and early 90s, something changed.
Hello, I'm Gord Thompson.
Hello.
Today I'll be talking to you about a debate that's going on in the country right now, and one in which Exxon plans to be very active.
Something shifted at ExxonMobil. If we look at when this shift occurs, it's at the moment when climate change goes from being a prediction about the future to being something that scientists are saying, oh, actually, this is already starting to happen now, and the world is coming together to try to do something about it.
In 1997, world leaders met in Kyoto.
Are they,
in an effort
though?
to draft the first legally binding treaty to reduce global emissions.
Mr. Albert Gore Jr.,
The United States remains firmly
Albert
committed to
Gore
a strong,
Jr.
binding target that will reduce our own emissions by nearly 30% from what they would otherwise be.
But behind the scenes, another plan had already been set in motion.
Right now, a United Nations effort is moving toward decision in 1997 to cut the use of fossil fuels based on the unproved theory that they affect the Earth's climate.
By the early 1990s, ExxonMobil becomes part of something called the Global Climate Coalition. This is a network of oil companies, coal companies, automobile manufacturers who consciously and deliberately set out to prevent the United States from signing on to the Kyoto Protocol.
Through front groups like the Global...
prevent the United States
It's so funny. The Global Climate Coalition.
who consciously and deliberately set out...
Climate destroyers. But yeah, climate coalition.
To prevent the United States from signing on to the Kyoto Protocol.
Through front groups like the Global Climate Coalition, the fossil fuel industry spent millions advertising and lobbying to kill U.S. involvement in Kyoto. The Senate ultimately never ratified the treaty, and in 2001, George W. Bush officially pulled the U.S. out. Documents from the State Department later revealed that the administration had rejected Kyoto in part based on input from the Global Climate Coalition. The industry had found a winning strategy, and in private, they were very clear about how that strategy worked.
Okay, so this document, Global Climate Science Communications Action Plan, this is a really good example. This is from 1998. They say the goal of this project is that a majority of the American people, including industry leadership, recognizes that significant uncertainties exist in climate science and therefore raises questions among those, e.g. Congress, who chart the future U.S. course on global climate change.
Scientific evidence remains inconclusive as to whether human activities affect the global climate.
By 1998, climate change is no longer a theory, it's an observed fact. So this is explicitly about stopping the U.S. government from acting.
But we're making America great again, baby. We're going back before that.
On the known scientific knowledge at that time.
They lied. And yes, I was misled. Others were misled.
That's Chuck Hagel, a former senator who was instrumental in stopping U.S. participation in Kyoto, admitting that the industry was lying to the public.
If they had said then, if they'd held their hands up then and said, yes, this is real, could it have been different?
Oh, absolutely. It would have changed everything. I think it would have changed the average citizen's appreciation of climate change.
And Kyoto was just the beginning.
Real question is it dangerous? Is it going to harm people?
Exactly.
There's not a 97% consensus on that?
Of course there's not.
The idea that Bill Nye is just going around
green
saying CO2
tyranny.
is up, therefore global warming is dangerous, we should be concerned. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not
fuck
dangerous.
Bill Nye.
The air is ugly, it's unpleasant to breathe, but the reality is there's no health risk. We have this kind of air in India and China all the time. No public health emergency.
In the years since Kyoto, Exxon and other industry giants have doubled down on their
Quit being a pussy.
Using PR
Get back to work
and delay action.
Many of these ads were designed in a way as to say, well, the science is very unsettled. We don't really know for sure. Let's not panic. We also know that they funded research programs at universities. They supported workshops and conferences that were designed to cast doubt on climate science. The scale is extremely large.
And by all accounts, their investment has paid off. For the last few decades, efforts to address climate change have repeatedly crashed and burned in the toxic political environment shaped by the industry.
I asked the chair, you know what this is? It's a snowball.
Oh my god, snowballs are the fucking theme of today.
Catch this.
All while global temperatures have continued.
Proof! I bring proof! Global warming, you say? Then explain this snowball. Checkmate, liberal. What's up, Samiwa?
Is this the apocalypse? Are we looking for the signs? We had a UFO situation the other day. I found a frog in my pool.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All of this with the global warming.
I found a frog in my pool. Shut the fuck up. I hate you. Jessica Waters.
A lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
How is it that we've been having more or less the same conversation for so many decades?
Much of what they did was modeled on what the tobacco industry had done. The same people who
Look at Doom in the chat, pre-watching. Mobile taking notes from the tobacco industry?
For the tobacco industry, casting doubt on the science shifted to work on casting doubt on the science of climate change.
But the example of big tobacco may be just as instructive for those who hope to hold big oil accountable.
Committee will come to order.
In 1998, the tobacco industry was successfully sued for their deceptive and harmful marketing. Lawsuits
Nothing to be sorry about.
46 states and big tobacco resulted in the largest settlement in U.S. history. It forced a major shift in marketing practices and dissolved.
Ah, but look how cool they look.
It forced a major
shift
in marketing practices and dissolved industry front groups. The agreement also had many issues. With little oversight, the money flowed to the states, but not necessarily to addressing the harms of tobacco. But the settlement remains an example of massive consequences for harmful marketing, which California's lawsuit.
The doctor smoking in the office, that's so good.
They predicted with terrifying accuracy exactly where we would be today. And they knew then that if the people of
And they did it anyway.
America, the world knew what they knew, it was a problem for their business model.
Rob Bonta is the Attorney General of California. He's currently leading the state's lawsuit against 5 of the biggest oil companies in the world.
If you can't trust big tobacco, who can you trust? True.
Complaint over 100 pages long that lays out a case in very exacting detail.
The first thing California's lawsuit aims to do is put a stop to the industry's misinformation.
One of the main remedies is stop lying, stop false advertising, stop making false claims, stop deceiving the people.
California's
lawsuit. Next thing you're gonna say, next thing you know, you're gonna be saying, stop chasing that bag, dude. What the fuck? What is this shit?
Also seeks money, a lot of it, to address real damages in the state that have resulted in part from the industry's deception campaign.
We're asking them to create an abatement fund funded by the defendants to the tune of billions of dollars, and it will pay for adaptation and mitigation efforts. Things like clean air centers for the dirty air that they've created, cooling centers for the extreme heat that they've created, water storage to address drought, seawalls to address sea rise.
The California case is so important because, first of all, California is a major oil-producing state. It's the 5th largest economy.
I mean, the funny thing is all of those things he mentioned are like, you're going to need to really do an overhaul of like zoning laws to really to do more about these things.
Pay for adaptation and mitigation efforts. Things like clean air centers.
Clean air centers.
For the dirty air that they've created, cooling centers for
the
extreme heat that they've created, water storage to address drought, seawalls.
Places, water storage
to address.
You need seawalls. You need to build infrastructure. That means like no more like extremely expensive fucking housing on the coast. More like stop doing that and start building fucking seawalls.
Rise.
The California case is so important.
Zoning is so huge in regards to all of those things.
Because, first of all, California is a major oil-producing state. It's the 5th largest economy in the world, so it's much more of a potential threat to the industry. And it also sends a signal to other attorneys general that, you know, the big dog's in the game, so it's safe to get in here.
California's case is just the latest in a wave of similar lawsuits across the country, but it could represent a tipping point.
So if you add up all the states that might file, the financial liability that the companies could face is, you know, potentially existential. It's a huge threat to the industry, and they know it. That's why they're so afraid of these cases.
There are many who question ExxonMobil's commitment because of what was said over 30 years ago, or what they think Exxon knew back then. Frankly, I'm more interested in what ExxonMobil knows today.
Yeah.
The year is 2024. Exxon is as profitable as ever. And even though they invest only a tiny fraction of their budget in renewable alternatives, they have diversified their messaging. Fraction of their budget in renewable alternatives. They have diversified their messaging strategy.
Here's what ExxonMobil knows.
Bro, did you just dap up the
They have diversified their messaging strategy.
Here's what ExxonMobil knows. Climate change is real. Human activity plays a major role, and it is one of the major problems facing the world today.
Outright denial is still.
All right, man. That's crazy. So what's up with your entire business model then? That's crazy. How much money do y'all spend on lobbyists in DC? That's crazy. That's crazy. What's up with the whole fucking business model then? Like, if you actually believe any of what you just said, it's time to like completely it's time to completely rethink the way, like, what your company does. It needs to completely change its output and its focus completely, if you actually believe in those things.
Way. But in addition to that, they also have a strategy saying that they need to be part of the solution.
Lady fist bumped that robot arm. I trust them again. True.
The natural gas industry
are taking action,
investing in technologies that reduce our environmental footprint.
But if you actually look at the budgets that these companies have for these other forms of fuels, it's tiny. 98% of their activities, 99% of their activities are still focused on the core fossil fuel industry.
In a recent statement, the American Petroleum Institute called the California lawsuit meritless and a distraction, and said that climate policy is for Congress to decide, not the court system.
In California, when someone breaks the law, they need to be held accountable.
Wait, not the court system, but the court system is that's the mechanism through which it happens. What? I mean, yeah, fine. All right. It'd be a shame if the federal government fucking, came and, forced you, maybe, gave you an offer you couldn't refuse, we'll say, and made you spend a little bit more than 0.22% of your profits on renewable energy initiatives. It'd be so crazy if somebody were to come in there and strong arm you, come on.
In court. I don't want to overrepresent the importance of litigation. Everyone who cares about climate change has a role to play.
This was a real tragedy that was really hard to go through.
The bluish.
If they had made an adjustment to renewable fuels as early as the 70s, we could be in a much better place than we are right now.
But you have to understand what was the most profitable. What is making the most money?
They continue to rake in their billions of profits, lie, deny, delay, so that they could continue to burn fossil fuels.
Eat hot chips,
leading to the destruction that we have now. I hope that the state will win against the fossil fuel companies.
California, baby, let's go.
It would be nice to see some of the money that the oil companies have gotten for profits go into making the lives whole of the people that have suffered as a result of the fires their products help produce.
Good morning, Fellini.
Hi, thanks for watching.
Hi.
As always, like and subscribe to see more videos like this one. If you have
like
ideas
and
for stories you
subscribe,
want us to
chat.
cover, please drop
Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. You should go like this video from GDF and subscribe, and then you should go like and subscribe to this video for More Perfect Union. All right? You should go do that right now. Exclamation point watching in the chat. Let's look at this. This has been on our list for a while. The local news, Los Angeles. The Hollywood bucket drummer and the benefits of street performance. Let's check it out.
I'm Mike Mizek with the local news here in Hollywood, California. I'm here to make a bunch of videos. I've been staying at a hostel in the northern part of Hollywood, not North Hollywood. And I've been talking to a dude from New York City who just fucking rips it up on the buckets. His name is Trey, and he's a little bit famous himself.
Your boy, I saw them. They're dirty, man. They're dirty.
You brought me a gold bucket?
Yeah. Made it myself.
Oh, snap. I got a gold bucket, bitches.
Made that myself, too.
Is this all mine? Is this all mine? What the fuck?
We're going to give him a nice joint of marijuana. You're gonna see what he's working with.
Bass.
Simon Cowell. Huh? Simon and Jackie. Yeah.
Just cooling at the Jackie Chan star, no big deal. Oh, what's up? What are you doing? Oh, I don't know. Just chilling at the Jackie Chan star. Free Bibles? Oh fuck! Can't pass that up. Oh, see now this is an actual staple. This is an actual Los Angeles staple right here. This is truly Los Angeles culture. All right, this shit. The fucking street dog is like the smell of this in the night air in Los Angeles is just like, that's how I would describe like LA nightlife. This like this smell of this outside of every venue, every show you go to, every club. This shit is fucking crazy. The fuck is that shit on the pan? That is fucking street dogs, dude. I'm vegan and this shit makes my mouth water.
Plenty of money with those glasses on. You get over. Yes, you do. Yes, you got plenty.
I love that.
$1 million. You still got on them shades. Even when you take them off, you got them on. Look,
just calling people out. You look like you have money. Come give it to me right now. What's up, lawsuit?
Oh, that guy got a job. All right, there you got a job over there.
Godzilla? Wait, Godzilla has a star? I don't know that. Hell yeah, classic. Jimmy Kimmel Live. Freemasonry builds its temple among the nations and in the hearts of men. Open your eyes, chat. All right, wake up. Wake up.
I know, make super corto today, man. It's supposed to be the weekend. I know, man. Slow.
Oh, just a casual fucking Mickey dab up. You know what I'm saying? No big deal.
People go like this to you. If they do this, that means you cheat. That in Spanish means corto. Corto means cheap. You have no money. Okay. Where's my money? Where you from? Where's you from? Eat, meat, see.
All right, and I'm here with
Trey Bucket, baby.
That's Riz.
Trey, you're hitting these buckets out here. You're from New York, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. By way of Rhode Island. The South Bronx.
And what are some misconceptions people might have about street musicians, street performers?
Well, the misconception is most of us that have extreme talent, we all have SAG. So we all been in movies, we all do commercials. And another misconception is most of us that have talent,
SAG-AFTRA,
either went to some form of schooling. So I went to Juilliard. I know a whole bunch of dancers out here that went to Juilliard or AMDA or AFI or any one of these schools that people really learn other ways to display their talent on their own because the machine won't necessarily just give us a job.
It's okay.
It's still funny. It's so funny to me. Like, I don't know. It's probably just because I'm from LA, but like people fucking go here to like experience LA, and it's just like so ass. Hollywood Boulevard is so fucking. It's just there's the stars. Like, yeah, there's a couple famous spots. There's some theaters. You know, there's the Chinese theater. Like, yeah, it's cool, I guess. But like walking around, it's just you're just gonna be met with like, you know, a lot of like not fun things. It's just gonna smell like piss. It's gonna be it's just like a lot of people, a lot of cars honking. It sucks.
So you're just
like all the same stores that you would expect to see at any tourist spot, you know.
Out here, everything goes directly to you. No middleman, and you don't have to deal with any kind of promoters or any shit like that, right?
Well, the only people you got to deal with is like crystal junkies and shit trying to get in your money or people. But for the most part, like most street performers are part of the community. So if you ever want to get your ass whooped, mess with a street performer. It will happen for you.
And can you give us a story? What's some of the wildest shit you've seen out here?
I've seen people get stabbed, shot, all kind of stuff out here. I've seen it all.
I mean, it's Hollywood
What
Boulevard.
about weird,
yeah.
wild?
Naked girls running up and down the street. Guy tried to set himself on fire out here, and he actually did down over there. I mean, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff.
Self-immolation.
Where can we find your stuff, and where are you off to next?
I'm actually have a movie out called She Goes to Hollywood, which is, I believe it's coming out December 3rd. And I just got cast for another film, but if you pay your cable bill, you'll see me.
All right, let's go.
Bruce Lee, where would that be at? Bruce Lee?
Bruce Lee, I haven't seen that yet.
Bruce Lee. Where's Bruce Lee at? Hell yeah. Chat. Go lick and subscribe. Pepe CD moment. Is that Jamie Foxx? These names passing by are very funny. Cool. Exclamation point watching in the chat. Go like and subscribe. Go like and subscribe. Let's look at this. Classic Banana Milk in the chat suggested this. New What's in My Bag from Amoeba. I haven't watched one of these in a while. So this is a super good call. And this is brand new, out today, or I guess yesterday, from Drain. What's in My Bag? Let's fucking go. I love Drain.
What's up, Amoeba? I'm Tim.
I'm Cody.
And I'm Sam, and we're Drain, and this is What's in Our Bag.
Woo!
Thank you, Time Evolution.
I've been revisiting a Minutemen three-way tie for last.
Nice. From San Pedro.
Santa Cruz, but I'm originally from San Pedro down in Southern California.
Boom. Yeah, that's cool. They're from San Pedro. That's like a fucking a punk staple. That's like a legendary like band out of the South Bay, where arguably hardcore punk fucking was really born out of, for sure.
And these are kind of like the local legends. And I kind of grew up on this skateboarding, and their whole discog is like really good music, crazy lyrics, and like slam poetry at moments, and then like just go into like the raddest like melodic sections. The way it's all produced and like the production is great. So I've been on a huge Minutemen tip lately. Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Another invasion? Sympathizers home?
We got Scorpions Love It First Sting. This is my dad's favorite band, and he put me onto them when I was a kid. But he would play mainly songs from Blackout, and I'd still to this day, that's one of my favorite Scorpions albums. But this one's great.
Never heard.
Big City Nights.
Oh wait, this sounds familiar.
And obviously that's goated track, you know. And the guitar playing really shaped how I play and stuff. And obviously some of the best lead tones ever, like for guitar, like on their album. So shouts out Scorpions for real.
You like a hurricane. Fuck, I forgot about this song too.
Ramones, best band of all time.
A punk rocker, Sheena is. A punk rocker, Sheena is. A punk rocker now.
The playbook on simple, catchy, effective. There's never an instance where I don't want to listen to this band. I've been more into like the 80s, 90s
Three
stuff
chords,
recently, but,
three
like,
power
Rock
chords.
Commercial's classic.
Well,
I got this record here, which to the naked eye might look like the most pulverizing death metal record you've ever heard because the art is hard as shit. But
Grateful Dead.
Still Grateful Dead.
that is crazy artwork.
I think a lot of people maybe don't recognize it because they don't know, but like a lot of the imagery this band and we use, you know, whether it's through merch or flyers, like is very largely influenced by Grateful Dead, you know. We just kind of give our own spin on it, but it's just funny because a lot of people are like, dude, I love, you guys got the dopest merch. Grateful Dead sucks. I'm like, I don't know, you know, I'll be honest, I just get really influenced off their stuff, their tour shirts, their flyers, their art, so it's dope. If you haven't, man, give this thing a spin.
Well, shoot, man, holding it down for the Bay Area, man. We got Larry June.
Big bro, so cold. You don't got no love for you, love for you, love for you.
Definitely one of my favorite rappers, pretty much as of lately. His bars are crazy, super dope rapper, and I feel like he really encapsulates the Bay sound, like the old school sound too, which is dope. The song I'm Him, that's a good song to play when you're like, might be having a bad day, just throw it on, listen to the chorus. I'm Him. This is sick, yeah, but Larry June.
Y'all fuck with Larry June? I've never heard.
Kind of like the Minutemen for Sammy. RKL's kind of like my hometown heroes. I'm from Santa Barbara. I think they're from Montecito, close enough. But yeah, straight up, one of the best punk bands out of the 80s, in my opinion. Just way ahead of their time. Incredible musicians, writing just crazy, fast, chaotic music. If you have never heard RKL, you need to. I would consider this mandatory listening if you like punk music.
Keep laughing! Keep laughing!
Okay, I'm definitely gonna check this out now. Tofu, since we're on that crate diving shit, you see this? What this loading sounds? May take some time for slower internet connections. Drag your cursor to browse. Huh? Oh, so you can find something and then play in context. Remix this, download, play in context. Huh. Whoa. Musical theater. Musical note. Wow, that's cool. That's actually really interesting. If you're just like, I just need a sample that fits. I don't know what I'm looking for, but it's in the key of fucking F. Very interesting. Remix this? What? That's public domain samples, and you can hit remix this. You can hit remix this on a sound you like, and it just makes a beat on the site. Okay. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Alright.
Want to plug our good homie?
That's
Scowl?
cool. Ooh, Scowl. Fuck yeah. I haven't seen this video.
They're from Santa Cruz just like us. We've
Fuck
been
yeah.
playing in bands with each other for years.
What's up, Weakest
now,
Offliner?
so see them get better at their instruments and like as songwriters and like go from playing small rooms to doing like arenas and being on TV commercials, and like it's dope, man. The music's great and these are good homies. It's like actual living proof, like if you just like put your mind to it and don't listen to like, you know, when people give you a hard time or like, you know, try to discourage you, you can be on top of the world. So it's
Based. I mean, minus the like the, you know, like the kind of like, if you try hard, you could do anything kind of thing. In regards to like all the hate and all the fucking goofy ass discourse in like the hardcore community that happened around Scowl getting commercials and stuff is so fucking stupid and so childish. Like I can't even believe in the year of our Lord 2024 we're still having like stupid like sellout conversations as if we don't live in like whole ass fucking capitalism. So fucking dumb.
It's like right here in physical form. It's dope. So psychic dance routine, scope it.
So if we sold out, I fucking wish, dude. Bro, give me a cool way to sell out. I'll do it in a second. Like they get to make cool music, you know what I mean, and make some money off it. That's a W. That's a W. The fuck?
We have Spin Doctors, Pocket Full of Kryptonite. I know Tim really likes this album too. Just really good, early 90s, just like funk, rock, kind of in a way similar to like Living Color, which I also like. And obviously Two Princes, the single that came off.
Banger.
What Time Is It?
Banger.
That's my favorite track from this. It's a super good, just funk song. They have a video for that too, but yeah. Pretty good album.
Snare tone on the planet.
Oh yeah, you already know the snare tone's crazy.
What time is it?
4:30. Actually, it's 3:56.
I used to work at a coffee shop in Santa Cruz called
4:30.
Cafe Pergolesi, which these dudes remember. We started playing shows there. We would book shows there. Everyone in Scala used to go there. Like it was kind of like the spot. But I used to work there with my boy Patrick, and we would always play this record. And Zevon's the man.
A band everybody knows, and rightfully so. You know, Turnstiles Glow On.
Hell yeah.
Is my favorite band, and musically, but also just like the doors they're opening for everybody in bands like us. I just get stoked on. We got to see them 2 times in September, and each time it's just like
Yeah,
the
dude,
coolest
to
thing.
see a fucking hardcore band get such like mainstream like success is fucking awesome. Any fucking dumbass who looks at that and is like, oh, they fucking sold out. I miss them when they were still fucking hardcore. Like holy crap, dude. Like it makes me very mad because I see myself as like a 7th grader, you know what I mean? Trying to gatekeep everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like I see young ass fucking punk tofu as a kid thinking that like, yeah, like fuck that. You know, this is our thing. They're not allowed to know what's up with this. Like it's fucking our shit.
Ever. Like I love it. And so I'm stoked to
no selling out. You're not supposed to be able to live off of the art that you do. You know what I mean? Fuck
like,
that.
You know, pick up a copy and just have it on record at home. I'd say listeners, if you haven't, but you already have. I know you have.
Some of us haven't progressed from 7th grade.
Like,
yeah.
You're missing out on just like modern classic.
I also have to remember that like in the age of the internet, like you may here's something to consider before discoursing on the internet. You may actually be discoursing with like a fucking child. Like you might actually, you know what I mean? You know, it's like you're like, ah, dude, you remind me of myself when I was like a baby, and like little do you know, on the other side of that fucking username, it's like an actual baby. So it's just like, just don't even fuck with it. Just don't.
Yeah, blow on. It's the best.
Like if my ass, if middle school tofu had Twitter, bro, I would be fucking bro. You know, I would have been going extra hard and an extra toxic fashion.
For the thrash heads out here, I got Toxic. Wasteland, no Sammy fucks with Toxic. This isn't World Circus, though. This is like seems to be like a demo.
Oh my god, that artwork is amazing.
I got Toxic. Wasteland, no Sammy fucks with Toxic. This isn't World Circus, though. This is like
that artwork is crazy. Also, why do you look like fucking Donald Trump with like he looks like fucking Joker-fied Donald Trump. Make America great again. Why so woke? Also, this shit is hard. Oh my god, this is sick. With the fucking soldiers, oh my god. That is crazy artwork right there.
Like seems to be like a demo, but it has songs from World Circus, like Heart Attack and stuff. And I grew up watching the live video of Dynamo. I think it was 88 or 87 of them performing it. So really cool find. And yeah, it's just like melodic speed thrash metal from Europe. Super dope. Yeah, so I'm glad I found this.
So this is a Tony Williams record. We were fortunate enough to tour in Europe with a band called Hazen Street. And Hazen Street's drummer, Mackie Jason, played in bands like Cro-Mags and the Bad Brains. One of the best to ever do it.
Damn.
I was kind of picking his brains. I was like, yo, what were you kind of inspired by when you were growing up? And he just kept saying Tony Williams. He was just really encouraging everyone to just listen to different kinds of music and not just stick to like one lane and just like really kind of like broaden your horizons. And I don't know, I'll be honest, I haven't. So I saw this and I was like, I'm gonna start right now. But I'm excited to check this out for sure.
I grew up loving Sabbath. It's like just a big inspiration and influence on me.
Fuck yeah. Riff. Bro, you like riffs, bro? Bro, do you even riff?
I'm an Aussie Years kind of dude. It's just nothing against Dio and everybody else. I'm an Aussie Years dude. And I've got like most of those records on vinyl, but like I saw this one, The Past Lives, just kind of like greatest hits almost. And you can't really go wrong. So I'm just stoked to put it on and just hear everything I want to hear. I think on this one,
I also just have to say, every time I hear this guy, Sammy Sitar, I don't know how to say his last name off the top of my head. I believe his name's Sammy. He's in Drain. He's also the drummer of Gulch is technically not a band anymore, but he's also the drummer of the band Gulch. Whatever. Every time I hear him talk, he's always so like stoked. He always just seems so like he's very energetic in his live shows, and just like generally every time I see anything from him, he's like very stoked and just filled with energy. And he's probably cool. You know, yeah, he's so positive all the time. Every time I see him. Yeah.
Yourself to Live and Hand of Doom might be a favorite. I know it's on a different record. Hand of Doom has like one of the heaviest, like, I can't call it a mosh part, but just like a really fucking heavy riff. Yeah, so I'm stoked to spin this, and you can't roll a blunt on an MP3, so there you go, dude.
You can't roll a blunt on an MP3, chat. You heard that? Zoomers? You heard that, Zoomers? You can't fucking roll a blunt on an MP3. Watch me, bitch, watch me.
Well, shoot, man, I have a very classic hardcore records, one of my top 10 for sure, Age of Coral Cro-Mags, man.
Challenge
accepted. I found this when I was a teenager, because I was
Cro-Mags, classic.
Listening to metal and stuff like that, and I started to notice like flyers of the Cro-Mags playing with like, thrash bands and stuff. So I was like, what is this band? And then found the We Gotta Know video on YouTube. And I was like, whoa, and I just kind of did a deep dive. Still to this day,
I heard there's some drama with the Cro-Mags singer like recently at a show. There's like a huge like scuffle at some show. I don't know. I heard like there's some drama around the singer currently, apparently, of Cro-Mags, but like
bump this album. I mean, We Gotta Know, Signs of the Times, Street Justice, like just classic front to back you just throw on. It's awesome. Love it.
I got The Cramps, Stay Sick. I first heard The Cramps in high school. My favorite movie of all time is Return of the Living Dead, which has like the best soundtrack of all time.
Dude, that movie is so ridiculous.
I just thought they were so weird and like did that weird kind of rockabilly, like just weird shit. It was super cool, just super fascinated with it.
Zoomers are actually a main market for vinyl tofu. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just being a fulfilling my destiny as a becoming a jaded and cranky old music lover. Yeah, old.
My roommate in college, his mom toured with them in the 80s.
Get off my musical lawn, you fucking Zoomer. I don't care how fucking cool you actually are. I'm gonna be angry at you for no reason.
And so I was like, got to like pick her brain and pick his brain about it, and I just think they're a super cool band.
Shock Troops Coxpar. I got put on by my buddy Malachi, and I just was like, yo, what is your shirt you're always wearing? I'm gonna check it out a couple years back, and I'm like, it's dope music, the catchiest hooks by like the toughest people ever, and like it makes you feel that way. Like we're coming back, I could kill it, man. I could take on the world, listen to that track, you feel invincible, and it just hits you, and like, I don't know, it's so dope.
We're gonna run, we're gonna crawl, kick down every wall. It won't be long, we're coming back to you.
out on an island too.
Out on an island.
Yeah.
It's a great track. Great
Takes
track.
you on like on a turn you're kind of not. At least I wasn't expecting. Like, yo, that's literally where I'm trying to be in the middle of the bright blue sea. Like I'm spiritually, I'm on an island, dude.
Spiritually, dude, I'm on an island, dude. Dude, spiritually, dude.
Future, man. I listen to Future every single day. I don't care what no one says. He's
Let's
a dope.
go. Bro, Future on vinyl.
This is his new one. Just came out.
Jeez.
Super dope. And yeah, shout out to Future.
All I want is chicken.
I was seeing one in front of that, and I was gonna pick that.
You got this one?
So let's do it together, man.
Let's go.
Sublime.
I hate how much I love Sublime, but I love Sublime, and it's all thanks to this man right here. I hated this band growing up. I couldn't stand them, but honestly, they fucking rock, and they're great musicians.
Dude, you gotta go to like the deep cuts for Sublime, because like yeah, there's like Bad Fish and all the famous songs, which are classics and whatever, fine, but it's all about the fucking deep cuts, and their punk songs are great. Bad fish.
Opening track, Waiting for My Ruka, like
The my problem with Sublime is not Sublime, but the fucking the like whole generation of like what we used to call growing up white boy reggae that came out of like this sound. The Sublime fan base, yes. Yeah.
opening sample from Minute.
UB40, nah, UB40 is fire. UB40 is fire and classic, and I think actually precedes Sublime.
Punk rock changed our lives.
If comfort music's the thing, like if I'm ever just like, I don't really know what to listen to, I can just throw on Sublime. I'm like, yo, yeah, Long Drives. I'm feeling. I mean, all of it, dude. They got it. They got a Grateful Dead cover that I can't believe to say is I think I prefer the Sublime version to the OG.
Almond Break.
Dude, new song rocks, dude. It's just great. Hope, Descendants cover, you know. Now we both got them. There we go. It's dope, man. Yeah, straight up. So this one, I don't know. I just think it's dope. And the art, are you kidding me? Like I was in like middle school, like trying to trace this, not even knowing. I think that's like a sperm cell or something. Like I did like a deep dive on the art. I'm like, yo, this is crazy, man. 40 Ounces of Freedom. It's classic, dude. It's
weed
dope.
Smoking art.
Gets me stoked, dude.
It's like felt blacklight poster type beat art. You know what I mean? Gnomes and mushrooms and shit.
Awesome, right on, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for shopping with us today.
Dude,
thank you so much for having us.
Straight up, thank you for having us. And yo, check these out. Start a band, go to a show. It's dope, man. Thank you guys.
It's dope, man.
Us, man.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Love and respect.
Dude, I just want to like. I love his vibe. I love his energy. All right, let's switch it up. Does tofu make the best Philly cheesesteak? I don't know. Do I?
So most people probably wouldn't believe me that tofu makes a better steak and cheese sandwich than pretty much any other vegan steak meat out there.
Let's go.
It's real good. But if you follow this process, you're gonna get insanely steak-like tofu strips that don't resemble tofu at all. They resemble steak.
Yeah, I don't look like that. That's not what I look like.
Okay, so first we're going to start off with some extra firm protein. Now, I'm saying that because I always get these protein comments, and tofu is pretty much mostly protein. So we're going to start by draining our tofu. We're not going to press it or anything like that. All we're going to do is just slice it in half long ways. And then we need some yeast
Vegemite
extract. Now, normally I use Marmite, but I was told that I should try Vegemite. So I picked up some Vegemite, and I'll tell you, I actually like it. It's not nearly as sticky. So let's get a pot of salted water.
I don't know
what
I'm still so I've never had it. So I'm just like, it's like such a mystery to me what the fuck Vegemite is.
Over a high heat, and we're going to
toss
what
it would taste like.
A spoon of our yeast extract. Once we get that to a boil, let's just toss in our tofu and let it boil for about 20 minutes. Now, this is going to use like a reverse osmosis, and it's going to draw most of the moisture out of the tofu while replacing a lot of that moisture with some of this flavor. So this is going to be kind of like salty
flavor.
Yeast extract really has like a nice meaty taste to it. So this is a firm tofu, but it's still pretty soft.
Its malt extract tastes salty mainly.
We want to get it like steak firm. So to do that, we're just going to get a parchment paper-lined baking sheet, put a little bit of oil on it, and then start slicing our tofu incredibly thin. And we're just gonna line it up, overlapping down that baking sheet. Now, there's a few ways to do this, but if your oven has a convection setting, that's gonna speed this along. So preheat your oven for 350
Burnt
degrees.
salt. Vegemite is basically smooth peanut butter.
Probably just gonna add it.
If smooth peanut butter were made of salty beer.
Using liquid aminos. So liquid aminos has a very specific taste. It's like an amino acid, and that amino acid really brings up the steaky flavors. So we're just gonna toss a little bit of that on, along with some olive oil, black pepper, onion powder, garlic powder, and paprika. Smoked paprika makes it a little bit better. Now at this point, we're just gonna toss it in the oven for about 30 minutes. Now you're really gonna wanna pay attention to it. Everybody's oven's a little bit different. You want this to kind of like dry out. Hey, look at this tofu steak. I mean, it is looking incredible. Now it's almost done. You want this to be pretty crispy, so just like feel it, see what it feels like. We're gonna prep everything else that we need for our steak and cheese sandwich: onions, peppers, mushrooms. All we're gonna do is just toss those in a pan with a little bit of olive oil. You could do a little bit of pepper, maybe a little bit of salt. You don't want to add too much salt. Our tofu is gonna be pretty salty. And then cook that down. Now we need to prep our cheese. For our cheese, we're just gonna be using chow as the base. I love the flavor of this as a base. It has a really nice cheesy flavor, really rich. So we just need some water in the bottom of the pan steaming with the chow, and a little bit of nutritional yeast, and then I'm going to be using sodium citrate as a stabilizer. The sodium citrate is going to keep this as a cheesy sauce. So at this point, our tofu steak is done. Let's pull it out of the oven, and I'm just going to start chopping it up and breaking up those pieces. They kind of started to stick together, and you can see they're actually kind of crunchy at this point. I know it doesn't seem like steak, but it will. So once you have them all pulled apart, toss them on top of your peppers and onions, toss a little bit of olive oil on top of that, and then about a quarter cup of water. You just want to fill the pan, covering just enough of the bottom of the pan, completely covering the bottom of the pan. Toss a lid on top and allow this all to kind of like steam together, just maybe like 4 or 5 minutes. It won't take that long. You want that water to get pulled out. Get your bun ready. It's just a regular hoagie bun with some vegan mayo loaded up with the vegan
bread
mayo.
and buns.
That's a really good part of this. And then you can see,
that looks banging.
It is super
that up.
steaky. It's incredibly steaky. It'll blow your mind. You have to try it. You really have to try this. I mean, look at this sandwich. Toss on the cheese. It is good. It is done. We got our Philly cheesesteak.
Okay, I have made
I would put that in my mouth.
Cheese sandwiches in my life and on this show. And I'll say, like, this is one of my go-tos that I never really shared because it's so kind of simple. A little time consuming for sure, but super simple.
It's kind of a lot.
And if you've never had this like dehydrated, staked, I'm gonna call it staked tofu, seriously missing out. This is by far the closest to a real steak and cheese that I've ever had. It was loaded with protein for all you protein people. I honestly don't know anybody out there cooking.
For all you protein people.
I mean, I know you're not gonna believe me, but just make it. These are easy to find ingredients at the grocery store. Just make it. You don't believe me? Make it. It's that.
For all you people out there that need protein in order to live. All right?
That good. Wild when you follow that process, what you end up coming out with.
I would let that explode in my mouth. Also, cool sandwich. Ruby? Hello? Cheap and easy vegan ground beef. I wish this guy. This is my fucking guy. The burger dude is the fucking shit. But he doesn't fucking upload enough for me. I need him to upload every day, constantly.
Some vegan ground beef 3 ways. We're going to be using TVP, aka textured vegetable protein, tempeh, and lentils and mushrooms. And these are pretty cheap and easy to put together, and you can use them just about anywhere you would use ground beef. You can also make some in bulk, so you can meal prep too. And these are based after my tofu ground beef video I did a while back. That's also pretty easy and cheap, but I wanted to see about making something even easier, and these 3 options definitely come together in a snap. First up is TVP, and this stuff is fantastic. I always have a couple bags in the pantry. I believe it's called soya mince in other parts of the world, but TVP is fairly ubiquitous. We're going to start off by hydrating.
He's migrated to shorts and TikTok more, I believe.
Or veggie broth. It'll actually soak the broth up pretty quickly. So
I guess we could do some fucking training of the TikTok algorithm for me, since I'm trying to use it
throw
more.
Together the marinade that we're going to cook it down in. We're going to start off with 1 tablespoon of tomato paste, followed by a tablespoon of soy sauce, 1 teaspoon of miso paste, a teaspoon of vegan what's this here sauce.
What's this here sauce? Speaking of that, chat, I encourage you to clip away. I've been using y'all's clips. If anybody clips something that's funny or interesting, I'm using that. And maybe we'll do a thing where like I'll fucking like shout you out in the comments or something. I don't fucking know.
Nutritional yeast and a teaspoon of smoked paprika. Optional, 1 teaspoon of Gravy Master or Kitchen Bouquet for color. And then lastly, we're gonna do 1 cup of vegan beef broth or veggie broth. Whisk that up, and now we just need to dice up a shallot and mince 4 cloves of garlic, or for something even easier, you can also just use a teaspoon each of garlic and onion powder. Whatever floats your boat, but I prefer the fresh stuff in this recipe. Next, over medium heat, we're going to add in the shallots and cook them down until translucent and slightly browned, and then we're going to throw in the garlic and cook that for 1 minute, making sure we don't burn it. After that, we're going to add in our rehydrated TVP and stir that around, and then lastly, we're going to add in the marinade and combine everything. After that, it's just a matter of reducing the liquid.
I mean,
down
it
to our
instantly
desired
looks like
consistency.
instantly looks like
season a
ground
taste, and I
beef.
did leave this slightly neutral tasting, so you can add in any other seasonings like cumin and whatnot for some tacos, or Italian seasoning for some pasta. You get the idea.
Yeah, that looks
And
like
should
it would
get
be banging
about
with
a pound
pasta.
of vegan ground beef, but that's basically it for the TVP. I told you it was quick and easy. Now for the tempeh, which if you're not familiar is a fermented soy product. Some people, including myself, find it a little bitter, so I like to break it into pieces and then boil it for 10 minutes. This seems to get rid of most of that bitter flavor. Remove it from the water and let it cool for a few minutes, and then I like to crumble mine with a potato masher. You can do it with your hands.
I mean,
You're gonna have to wait for it to cool more, and I'm
essentially, TVP is essentially this. It's just tempeh, but not like together, right?
Plus, the potato masher gets a less uniform crumble, which is what I like. After that, it's basically the same as the TVP. Cook the shallots and the garlic, add in the tempeh and the marinade, and cook it down. And I did find that adding in a tablespoon or so of ketchup helped to combat that bitter taste even more, but season to your palate. And this is going to get you about 14 ounces of vegan ground beef, just under 1 pound.
That's a lot of ketchup.
Last but not least is the
Interesting.
mushroom and lentil ground beef. And for this, we're going to need 8 ounces
Yeah, I'm
of
definitely leaning towards the first kind, and then the tofu kind.
mushrooms. Use whichever you like, and then we're also going to need about 1.5 cups of cooked lentils. You can cook yours from scratch, but like I said, I'm impatient, so I'm going to spend a little more to get some that are canned or pre-made. I prefer to pulse my mushrooms in the food processor just to get a really nice non-uniform grind, but you can always just chop them by hand as well. And the marinade for these is mostly the same. The only difference is we're going to be using the bouillon paste with no water, as we don't want to add any moisture into this mixture, as it's going to get mushy and gross. To make it soy-free, just use 2 tablespoons of coconut aminos instead of soy sauce
Soy-free?
and miso paste. Other than that, it's
Lame.
very similar. We'll do the shallots and garlic, and then the mushrooms. We want to cook
I think the fermenting of the soy makes it more akin to natto. It has a distinct flavor and like no bounce. TVP has a meaty chew.
these down until they've released all of their water, which shouldn't take too long since they are cut up so much. I'd say about 5 to 7 minutes. And then we're going to add in the lentils and our
I
flavor.
mean, this looks good. I wouldn't say that this is like the best like ground beef replacement, but it looks good.
Paste. Stir that around, and now that is done. See, I told you, all 3 of these were quick and easy. And for me, the TVP is the best of the 3. It's simply just
Yeah.
got a great meaty texture.
It's just that is ground beef. The fuck?
It's cheap and easy and soaks up whatever flavor you throw at it. After that, I think I like the lentils and mushrooms next. While it doesn't really remind me of ground beef at all, it's super dang good from the mushrooms. And
Dude, that's
it's
what I was
pretty
saying. It
dang
doesn't
wholesome,
really
too.
feel like
So if you're looking for something
ground-
that isn't too
ground
meaty,
beefy.
this might be your
Looks good.
best option. The tempeh version is great too. It does have a bit more bite to it than the TVP or the lentils. So if you want
The
something that
ketchup
isn't
was a
too
huge
meat-like,
turn
you
off
might
to me.
make this
I don't
as
know
well.
about all that.
And like I said, you can make whatever you like with these. I whipped up some quick tacos, and I don't know what it was, but these reminded me of the ones I used to get from the famous taco truck Taco Zone. I didn't even add any other seasonings to them.
Get
just
in the
combo of
zone.
The onions and cilantro and
Taco
hot sauce.
zone.
It just brought me back to those days.
Is this AI?
I also threw together a quick pasta dish with some jarred sauce and
The fuck
pasta,
was that?
and this was actually super fantastic. And in fact, I might go eat some cold straight from the fridge right after writing this. Or you can make one of my many other recipes that uses vegan ground beef with it. Check out this playlist right here to do so. And until then, I'll see you all next time.
Damn. Now I'm starving. Now I'm fucking starving. Now I'm fucking starving. Classic Banana Milk always knows with the comfy emo. I'm fucking hungry now. You've never, if you've never used soy curls. That's my favorite. I don't know the difference between it and TVP, but make a pulled pork sandwich with soy curls, and you will shit. Shit / positive. Hell yeah. I've never cooked with soy curls. I've never cooked with TVP. I learned about a lot of different like soy products through that guy. I didn't know about super firm tofu. TVP looks interesting. Yeah. Tofu really be having human needs and shit that end the stream kind of problematic. It's honestly fucking lame. Imagine how productive I would be if I didn't have to sleep or eat. No, seriously. Like, how badass would that be? I would just be like non-stop. Meat replacement seems like cope. I don't know, just put beans in the taco or lentils in the pasta. I mean, that was one of the recipes, right? All right, chat. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed your stay, because I enjoyed your company, but we gotta call it here. Who are we gonna raid? Doodleburb still on? We're raiding Doodleburb. Rare Doodleburb raid. Rare Doodleburb raid. They're never up at this time. And we're gonna spam some emotes. But more importantly, chat, we're gonna spam some good vibes. Alright? Thanks for hanging out with me, chat. Appreciate you all. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for all the good vibes. Thanks for all the good convos. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for helping me destroy the sub goal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go follow all my socials. Please do. ! Links. Go follow all of the socials. I'm trying to pump the YouTube, trying to pump the TikTok harder. Go follow those. Go follow all of them. Go look at it. Please go do that. Go do it. Go follow all the things. ! Tip. Last minute Oilers. What's up, Catholic Queen? Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you in the chat over at Doodles. Much love to you all. Thanks for everything. Night, everyone. Sweet dreams. Remember to drink some water. Remember to take your meds. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others. Don't be a dick, but also don't be a pussy. Night, night. Sweet dreams.
What? Tofu? A tofu raid? What? Hi, everyone. Oh, hi. You do not belong here. I hope you all had oh no, read and rap. Hold on. Oh no.